Islands-Whangaroa Board meeting for Thursday the 4th of June. I will ask member Kore Atamata to open us with the karakia.
Tēnā tātou te whare. Tūtahi me mihi aroha ki te whānau FNDC ki anu. Tēnā te whaia, I reira, ngā reira ki te whaia. Moi rā. Apologies whānau, I had to start with acknowledging the whānau, they just lost the hospital. Saying it because it's on top of mind then, and it's a snapshot into what we're dealing with in our society at the moment. We just lost a queer who was a pāpoi and a kura kaupapa, she was shot and killed in her whare. So me mihi ka tika ki te whānau e pani nei, e te whaia mai rā. Ka huru taka kōrero kia te tātou te honga tēnā te. E te atua whakawātea te noe nui a mātou, whakawātea te haupoto te nui a mātou, whakawātea te taureka te nei nui a mātou, ke warangi mai mātou ki unu, e te whakapiti maro kia tīna. Tēnā tātou.
Right, moving in, we have apologies from a member of the Pihima. Do I have a second to Claire? Jane? Those in support? Against? It's Carol.
I don't know, he's just.
She's online.
Sorry.
Moving on, we have conflicts of interest. Deputy Chair Tyler Bamber has conflicts on 3 of the funding applications for the Turner Centre because he is an employee here, and they are funding items JKL or item 7.5 on pages 66, 69 and 72. And we also have a conflict from member Jane Hindle for funding application in relation to the Kororaraka Russell Community War Patriarchal Trust on page 56. Right, moving into public forum. Do we have...
Chair, I clear a perceived conflict of interest, the Takekuri application. I did some advice on that, so it's just to note that perceived would like to improve.
Which one's that?
I thought that's it's in the same band that Tyler is.
Thank you very much. Just a notification from the Chair that today we have 13 funding applications, which I'm sure a lot of you are here to speak to. We have a 5-minute time limit, just so you are aware of the procedure. We'll get you to come forward when it's time to speak, and you have, in that 5 minutes, you may want to leave some time for questions. You may not wish to go the full 5 minutes, but we will be strict on time today because we will have a lot of speakers, as you can imagine, for their funding applications, as they are all over $3,000. So with that, we'll move on to public forum. So we will speak to your funding applications when I ask you to come forward, but first we will have anyone here to speak to public forum. Is there anybody who's come just to speak to us in general on anything? No? Okay. We have no deputations, so we will move straight into speakers. And so we have, this is all order. So, first up we have Ms. Lamona Tapu Rogers for the Ngāti Kutiki Te Rapati Charitable Trust. On page, I'm throwing my order now. On page 60, and the additional information is on page 120 of your agenda. So, welcome to
Tēnā tātou te whānau wau. Finance Community Board. Thank you for considering our application for funding for Kawana Matariki this year at Te Rāwhiti. The application is made on behalf of our community, so it's under the name of Pātika Te Hapu, but also has the support of Pātika Hapu, Te Rāwhiti Marae, our Kāhui Kuia Kaumātua, and Mairewhānau. We're applying support for the Kawana Matariki celebrations this year. It's the first time that we've actually done this. We have been wanting to do it for some time, but this year we have the people and the time and the resources that we actually have a need to celebrate, because we've been through a very severe storm season in Te Rāwhiti. We've had 3 states of emergency. We've had a lot of damage. We're rebuilding from that. So the celebration that we'll be having start on Friday, which is a public holiday. So our kaimahi will rise early and they'll put down the hangi at 2 a.m. Before dawn, we will hold hautapu. So this is the traditional ceremony where we feed the stars with steam that rises from the hangi. As part of this, we remember our loved ones who have passed, particularly in the past year. We say karakia for them. We celebrate the present and we look forward to the future. An important part of hautapu is the tauna kai. So there are 4 kai from different areas, and we have applied for funding for Titi, which is Matamu, and that is the kai from the sky. I know that generally the policy is not to fund food, but this is not about us not having food to feed our whānau. This is part of the ritual, and sharing kai manaki really is part of the after that, we will move into a wānanga, and the centrepiece of our wānanga will be the manamataka of Ihaka Te Tai from Te Rāwhiti. So in 1913, this was one of the first manamataka that were published in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And his whānau will talk, they'll share some of their whānau mātauranga around their knowledge, and then we'll have kōrero from the following day on Saturday is our open day, so this is our chance to reach out to the wider whānau in Te Rāwhiti, which is East Coast Bay of Islands. We have a lot of ahikau that have lived alongside us for generations. We have a lot of whānau that are in Kororari and all through Kaitukurau, our Pātika Hapu. We were originally Maita Waka ki Tunuana, so we have a lot of connections all around Kaitukurau. And on that day, we will have a market in the morning where our whānau can showcase their mahi. We have a lot of amazing craftspeople in Te Rāwhiti, so kiti, weaving, those kinds of things. And then the afternoon is the time for the tamariki. So we are Margarita Tinana Howard. She grew up in Te Rāwhiti. She was the lighthousekeeper's daughter out at Cambridge, and so she will be sharing a lot of her knowledge about traditional crafts. So one of them will be making manu otia, the traditional kites. So when you make the kites, you have 4 people to make the kites, so it's also an exercise of working together. She'll be showing us how to make a pui from one foot, and we'll make some modern pui as well. Kono will be weaving baskets. We already started weaving for the hautapu, for the hākari on Sunday. So we hope that's going to be a really beautiful day where everyone comes together and celebrates Matariki together. And then on the Sunday, Auntie Maki has sent me 45 waiata karakia to put together a water. And we'll have a session on those, and then that will lead into our hākari, our feast to close our celebration. And so we hope you can support.
Thank you for your presentation. And just clarification around your application. The board prefers not to fund Kai, so the recommendation is for us to consider funding the marquee and global chair today, so you'll be aware of what we'll be discussing later on. We'll deliberate on the application. Yes. Any questions, Bruce?
Through the chair. Sounds like an amazing event that you've got planned there, and you said that you haven't had the chance to have one Matariki celebration.
Yeah, we thought about doing it in 2023. We were talking to Riri Atamaki Hara those to come to Rapati and but we just didn't have the resources at it. So this time around, we've really focused on, well, actually, let's celebrate the home people. Let's share our knowledge and keep that alive and pass it to the young ones. So we will have a lot of whānau that don't live in Rapati coming, that there are other places to work, like Tamaki, there's a lot in Australia as well.
And it might be too early for you to answer this question, but if it's a success, are you hoping that you might be able to do it again in the future, or are you just going to wait and see how this one turns out for you?
I think we'll definitely be doing it again next year. Yeah, and so this is our first time, and we're kind of like ambitious because it's just the way the group has been. We started a couple of months ago, and we've had more people joining and more co-workers being added into what we're doing. So I'm really confident that it's going to be a successful thing. And I think, you know, once we have this learning, we've done it once, then next year we'll be able to do something bigger and spread out, and maybe we can actually coordinate with other marae and out here and spread it around. But the others, like Ngātunu and Tūpei, at Glen Bay, they were just so severely affected by storms and stuff. That's still got people living in campings. So we think this is one way that we can speak to them here in our neighbourhood. Okay, one more question.
Thank you for presenting to us. And you may want to stay around, but it will be quite some time before we make our decision. Probably.
Yeah, sorry, we have another important co-partner today.
And apologies, whānau, I think we'll just go around and introduce ourselves because there's so many of you here today, just so you know who is talking to you today. I'll start, we've got staff and elected members around the table, so I'll start down the end here with Steve.
Morena koutou, Steve Tūtupu, kia ora, District Council,
Tēnā tātou, Kupori Atu Mtene. I'm the elected member for the Whangaroa district on the committee.
Kia ora toto, called Joe Alexander, Tupu Ingoa. I'm Joe Alexander, and I'm one of the two members for Kerikeri.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Jane Hindle Tupu Ingoa. I represent Kororaraka and Pōpua, which is Kukarapati, which is what you've just heard about from London.
Kia ora, Dane Walker, and I'm the other representative on the Kerikeri subdivision in the community.
Morena koutou katoa, ko Emery Dan Pukuinga. I'm the FNDC advisor.
Morena, Belinda Ward. My subdivision area is Waihi Waitangi, and I'm the chief today.
Kia ora koutou, Tyler Bamber. I'm the Waipapa representative on the board.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Court. I'm the General Ward Councillor to the Bay Alliance Whangaroa Community Board. Lovely to see you
Okay, I'm funding advisor, so most of the people here for funding, I have been dealing with your funding applications. I'm the group manager delivering operations.
My name is Warren Fido. I'm planning for Māori. The business officer for engagement.
Tēnā koutou, I'm Mrs. Wilson. I'm the Council's Tax and Research.
Excuse me. And online we have our Māori Ward Councillor appointed to the board, Avanui. You there?
Morena, tēnā koutou.
And we have Councillor Kelly Stratford.
Kia ora. Morena.
Number of staff online there. We will go to those in the room. I have Councillor Smulders. Right, so in the interest of time, I won't introduce all the staff online there, but you can see them on the screen. And we'll move on to our next speaker. Do we have Stephanie Godsiff here in the room?
She's online.
Oh, Steph. Steph. Steph.
Kia ora, sorry. Hi, sorry, someone's phone was ringing in here and they're not in here, so I've just shoved it out the door. I couldn't turn it off. Right. Kia ora koutou katoa.
Steph is here to speak to the Business Bay of Islands funding application on page 47 of your agenda.
Hi. I'm here for Business Bay of Islands, which is represents Russell, Opua, some of Kitty Kitty and Pai here. And this specific application is just around our flag track systems, which are up Marsden Road along the waterfront and down by Countdown and stuff in Pai here. So it's just putting flags onto the flag poles, and we got onto the light poles or whatever they are. So we got the flag tracks put in probably about 6 or 7 years ago, and we had actually hoped to have more events purchase their own flags that we could put up through the year and all that sort of thing, but just with tightness with event funding and that sort of thing, it hasn't really happened. We've got Cruise in the Bays and the Bay of Islands walking weekend, so we also did purchase our own welcome flags, but it becomes quite pricey, and they also don't.
You've muted yourself, Steve. You've muted, Steve.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So this funding is to see if we could get some more flags, which would be more generic. Like we would definitely want to put up something around Christmas, depending on Anzac would be a really nice one to have up, Matariki, that sort of thing, maybe another set of welcome flags. So we just want to be able to have the flags up, utilise the poles really throughout the whole year. And really, if there was any other event or organisation that came to us, it's sort of some generic thing like Matariki or possibly Waitangi Day, we would put those flags up. So Business Bay of Islands wanted to put the funding application in to see if the community board would put some money towards the flags, and they will also be putting some money towards flags as well. So that's about it.
Thanks, Steph. I just start off, I had one question for you. I mean, these would be reusable. I read that they wouldn't be dated, so they would be able to be reused. What's the life cycle, given that they're in that coastal sunny environment?
Well, it's a tricky one. Some of them have been up, could go up for, if we get a bad storm come through, we'll try and get them down. That's what will, the high winds coming through, some flags have been, really ripped and tattered. If we can get them down, which we normally can, it's got to be pretty bad as well. So the life cycle, well, it can be several. The welcome ones that we had already, well, there was several years of them being up for months on end, just taken down for different events and stuff. So a couple of years, let's say, up and down.
Questions? Stu? No questions for you on that one, cheap round, Steph.
Okay, good. Thanks very much for your time. See you.
Oh, wait, Jackie, no.
Okay.
You can speak. All good. Jackie just had something she can ask me later.
Okay.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye.
Right, next up we have Sophia Beaton to speak for the Tiururanga o Whangaroa application on page 64 of your agenda.
Kawaio for Sophia Beaton. I am speaking on behalf of Tiururanga o Whangaroa and really appreciative of you having a look at our application for our Huanga Ma Matariki event. Thankfully, our previous presenter from Whapiti gave you a really awesome explanation of Huanga Matariki and what a hautapu event looks like. So we are seeking support for our hapu at Wainui, Ngāti Rua Mahui, to host a hautapu event at Piapia. This will be a community-wide event open to you all, and the invitation will be for our community of Whangaroa to come together at that event. Very early morning, and the event will be on the public holiday, Friday, the 10th of July. I haven't mentioned this in our application, but in the lead up to the event, there will be a range of activities and initiatives that the Runanga will be holding alongside artists, taonga kūrero artists, some wānanga tohunga around the explanations around Kuanga Matariki. We're working with others in the community, other community organisations like Whangaroa Health Services and the wider community to have a series of activations and events. And so we'll be pulling together a program of events for the period leading up to the hautau itself. But the funding application that we're seeking from you is to support with marquee tables and chairs for our hautau event. Kia ora.
Any questions? Here's a chair. Similar question. Is this the first time you've organised such a Matariki event?
No. Ngāti Rua Makui have hosted our hautau event down at Pia Pia before. This one is an extension to reach out to the wider Whangaroa community, and so it will be a larger event, but this is something that they have done before, and there have been many smaller hautau events like this before that people have held and for their whānau and couples. So.
Roughly how many people do you think will come this year? I mean, because you have a good engaged community there.
Yeah, it is really difficult to say at this point. We are, at the moment, we've got enough tables and chairs to seat 200, but we'll also be having putting mats on the ground so that we can have picnic style if we need to be doing that as well. So
you're involved with the school as well. So
yes, yeah.
Here, decision point of relation today. So we start with okay, Jackie. Next up, we have Jackie Sanders talking to the application to Jackie Entertainment on page 51 of your agenda. Kia ora koutou. Jackie Sanders, thank you for the time to speak to Matariki Taiwhanangi. So it's community events. It's like happening this year and hopefully getting the job funding. This is the 6th year of the festival, so so we're really excited to keep on going. But this year our focus is not on getting any bigger because it's our focus is on becoming stronger and on resilience. It's not a great year in terms of sponsorship and funding for many of us. Everybody will know it's also quite a hard year for people who don't have, we're all dealing with the cost of living crisis and fuel costs, etc., etc. So over the past 6 years, we have established ourselves as a great cultural festival, a celebration that brings together whānau iwi, artists, educators, businesses, visitors, to celebrate Puanga Matariki in an authentic and meaningful way in this body. We divide our focus between supporting other Matariki events that are happening in the community and also then putting on some of our own festival events, and then sort of being a source of information to locals and to people outside of Northland to come to the region, there's all these things that you can go to and experience. And so this year for us is about just maintaining the momentum. And we don't like events to stop and try to restart because that costs a lot of money. And we lose partnerships, community engagement, audience growth, and the value that's taken quite a few years to build already. So our objective in 2026 is to pull together a really high quality program, keep it accessible to the community, support local practitioners and businesses, and just continue to grow awareness of Whangaroa Matariki across Bay Islands and beyond. A lot of interest with Hokianga now will come on board and we'll do some events that kind of cross between us and the Bay of Islands, and we've got organisers in Whangarei that would be very keen to kind of partner in this as well, so that there's things that people can experience maybe on their way up, and they can do something and experience something in Whangarei. We just shout about everything that's happening, basically. We've got our traditional favourites, the Matariki Dawn Cruise. That will be the 6th year of that. And so this year we've just gone on sale with that, and that is on the Saturday, the 11th, so not on the actual day of the official. And carving the Maramataka, some of Henny's Maramataka calendars here, the wall planners, so that's lots of them incorporated. So just started, so if anybody wants to. So yeah, I'm happy to talk to you and answer any questions about our plans. And we just want to keep presenting a program that brings together the community and also brings Māori and non-Māori together to appreciate what Matariki is about and to both together. Thanks, JP.
Through the chair, you've obviously heard about some Flaxroots Matariki events here this morning. You've got the matarikinz.com domain name, so you're kind of like the go-to place. Will you be reaching out to those groups and maybe including them on the way out? Yeah, because it would be nice. These are very Flaxroots events, genuinely authentic, and offer an opportunity for people to maybe see something that's quite special.
Absolutely, and those are not maybe the ones that we're going to be promoting, sort of nationally for people to come and visit. But one day they can, but these are more about community events, and we want to be able to.
So you might list community events on your website.
Absolutely. So, yeah.
Just quickly through Chair, Jackie, I just noticed in there's something about a photography workshop of the stars, and it's quite interesting because that's something that's untapped up here in tourism, huge in the South Island with their sanctuaries, and just kind of who's leading that little aspect?
So we've worked from year one. We had Mark Russell, who works with Dark Sky Sanctuaries in Great Barrier out here, and in Niue. He helped them to establish their Dark Sky Sanctuary there. So we've been very, very keen to keep pushing that aspect of it. So we've got him booked in to come, and we've done workshops before almost every year with him, and they usually do sort of sell out. But and he usually does come as well on the Dawn Cruise and can talk to people about actually managing to capture the images. It's always quite hard if the boats are moving. And he a lot of all the imagery that you see on the website is Lost Dietary imagery as Mark. In fact, in the first year, Air New Zealand then approached us, and Tourism New Zealand paid him for his photos that we used that he'd taken for us. And he was from Kirikiri. So it's good. The knock-on effect is always great. There's the bits that people don't know about and the impact. Other questions? Jackie, I just wanted to note that that this really is a festival running from, it's got here in the program, 21st of June right through to July the 19th. They're stronger glasses. Yeah, so there was about 20. So there's probably some that are in there now that might not have been confirmed from the application, and that Waitangi Treaty Grounds have confirmed they will do the free open day again in July, which they started to support the festival in the first year, and it's kind of become the tradition. It's the only day of the year that entry to the treaty grounds is free. So I see you speak from Kalakaua, I see through Russell, Haihe Waitangi, and Kinikiri William venues. And the Sands, Hokianga. We were looking to do some of the astrophotography and carving across Hokianga and their shares. Did you apply to the community board? No, we didn't get to. We had another one on the table still to say. And there's only a couple of the events tied in over the years. Thank you. But yeah, if we don't, we can't make it work over that. Funding like the heroes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks, Jack Hayden. We have a role to donate from the day. Moving on, next speaker is Hayden Small. Hayden sits into the Kinikiri Scout group on page 54 of the agenda.
Before I start, I've just got some photos around the den and inside the den.
That's great. Thank you, Hayden. And thank you for the time you took to speak to me on the phone.
That's all right. Yeah.
And clarify some of the issues and queries about the application. So we'll pass those around. And you have to start.
My name is Hayden Small. I'm here on behalf of the Kinikiri Scout Group, where I'm a leader and also a committee member. We're seeking funding to help us replace our roof on our Scout Den at 30 Landing Road. We have a really new committee that are very proactive in maintaining and upgrading our building and surrounds to future-proof this for the youth in our area. The building is not just used by the Scout Group, it's also used by some other community groups such as the Denjo Judo Club, Kinikiri Line Dancing Club, and a local homeschool group. Our building is over 40 years old. I think it's, I can't tell exactly how old, 40, 50 years old. The roof that is currently on the, the roof is the first area we'd like to focus on before we start on some other improvements at the den. We know that at some point the roof was replaced with second-hand materials, which are deteriorating, just left us with a bit of a problem. We need to be able to fix this so we can further invest in our scouting group. This will help provide a safe place for our youth now and in the future. Our group is currently expanding at an incredible rate with over 30 youth currently enrolled and up to a further 20 youth coming along on trials at the moment. Currently we're having almost 2 or 3 new kids a week coming along. Most of our money that we get each term from our families goes towards the kids' Scouting New Zealand fees and sort of any scouting related cost, badges, etc. The money we receive from our community groups that use the den is just going to help us with our overheads, our power, etc. As you can see from our quote, it's a substantial amount that we need help with. And that's it. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hayden. And I'll leave in time for questions. So there might be quite a few questions in relation to your application. Who would like to? Jane.
So my first question was who owned the building?
Who owns the building? It's we have a perpetual lease with DOC.
Okay, so it's a DOC building.
It's a DOC building, but in our lease, I took some photos of the lease. I don't have a copy of it. Yeah. There is a clause that we are able to make any improvements, etc., to the den. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Curtis. It's a leasehold in perpetuity, so as long as the Scouts occupy it and commit to occupying it, it's the Scouts'
Right. And does the lease offer for, are you required, I've seen a couple of these dock leases where they've got land they don't want, and they try and get community groups to then take over the costs of maintaining all their properties. So in the lease, are you required to do maintenance on their building, or are they required to do maintenance on their building?
No, it's up to us.
It's all on us. So you get the building, but you get all the costs.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And it's the land, it's the dock land as well.
I think it's council.
I think it's dock land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the docks right next to it.
It's right next to the dock office. Yeah.
Reserves, like, yeah, I mean,
You need to determine whether it's council land or dock land.
I don't think it's council.
Here, I did actually check the facilities department. They said it is dock. It's
Yeah.
not docks.
Yeah.
It's not council.
so dock's not going to do anything.
No.
I did see the quote. I was confused by the quote. Was anybody else confused by the quote?
Was a little confusing, and there is only one quote because there was difficulty in acquiring.
Yeah. We have tried with 2 or 3 other roofing contractors, and no one has sort of wanted to come along. And whether that is because they know we need funding for the job, it's not something that can be done straight away.
No, it's just it was 15,000.
Yes.
30,000.
Correct. So I have picked in the quote, there's options for like upgrading to like 50-year lifespan, roof sheeting and the gutters and everything like that. So pick the options.
Best case scenario.
To ensure the longevity. Yeah, best case scenario.
Good call.
Yeah.
Hayden's gone for the gold plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first part of the quote is just the main part of the roof, and then there's the veranda and
all the extra
the guttering and
Yeah. So the veranda doesn't need guttering, even though they give the options on the quote. Just
we probably don't need to hear.
I haven't. I've not picked that. I've not picked that option. Yeah.
Joe.
Through the chair, you're part of a national organisation, and maybe you could just help us to understand the context of how that works with the scouting organisation. Like, how do other what do you call them, chapters or
scout groups? Yeah.
Scout groups, how do they fund what goes on? What's the process?
Funded group by group.
Right.
Scouts New Zealand will take your fees for your children attending each term.
Not give you a roof in return.
They don't want your debt, your problem.
One of the big problems that we had was there was the gap over COVID. So the group was going very well. It was, there were a lot of kids attending, parents were involved. It was all going very well. And then COVID happened and it just kind of all collapsed, obviously. So it's taken a lot of effort to reinvigorate it to the point that it's at now, and getting to the thing where people are willing to commit in the new committee and pulling the community back in to be like, we're here. And like Pat said, there's 2 to 3 kids each week showing up just from the little bits of kids going to school and telling other kids about it. So.
We don't do any advertising to get kids along. It's purely word of mouth.
And I'm a little bit out of the loop because I was a Girl Guide, but I don't even know. I don't even know whether Girl Guides exists any longer, whether it all got amalgamated into Scouts. I mean, what do you see as your sort of competition in that sort of space?
I don't.
We have competition.
Yeah. Is that the one that the?
How many?
Oh, we've got plenty of girls.
I can see the girls in there.
Maybe not half, but like both my daughters are in there. My son isn't, but both my daughters are. And yeah, they love it.
I can see your accounts have grown year on year, so I could see you were doing well at getting new members.
Yeah. I mean, I started back at the start of last year and we had 6 kids, which were our leaders' kids. That was it. And we've grown to 50 kids at this point of time. Yeah.
It's a huge capitation fee, isn't it?
Any other questions? I guess my main question really came was you've requested $30,000 to do the job warranty, and the recommendation on our agenda today is for $10,000.
Yeah.
So to be successful in receiving that $10,000, How will you get the other 20,000? Have you got a plan in place for external funding applications or?
You can.
Yes, thanks, Sarah. So we have some really, really impassioned people that are on the committee now who want to see this be a success and want it to be a place where our community can be involved. I think that, a lot of the effort that goes in with funding applications and getting something like this to be a success for our community is to have people who really want to see it succeed. We have other options for funding, such as those names that we were just looking at. The list. There's a whole other bunch of charities. The problem that we've had to this point is we haven't been able to get one thing to be like, we've got this behind us. We need one solid application. Yeah, right. To be able to be like, this is it. We can do this, but we need you guys to jump on board too. We've got a plan around engaging businesses in the community to come on board with fundraising and things. We had an event on the weekend where we did a fundraiser for Jamboree, and it was incredible. It was great that we raised
just under $2,200
just from the kids getting involved, and so we have plans. Like you said, we need that seed to kind of.
Okay, thank you. Can you clarify that? And finally, if you were to upgrade the facility so that the region you could use it, is your lease restrictive in relation to sublease letting or using other groups, allowing other groups within the community to utilise the facility?
No. I mean, like I say, we've got the judo club uses it twice a week, and we've got line dance and over there. I mean, Ngāti Rehia Kapahaka was there last year doing some practices on Sundays. So, yeah, I think while we have the keys, we're free to do what we would like. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you for your time. Oh, yes.
It's related to what you just said. It's do you have a plan in place to activate that as a place where people can lease it? Is there more opportunity there to get more tenant kind of income in from that?
It's not something we've talked about. But it's not something we couldn't talk about. So definitely.
Start the new roof.
Yeah, we have to kind of know when we get the roof to know what kind of facility, because some of the stuff that needs to be done inside too, we can't do until the roof is done. Okay. And some of that will need to be able to be done to be allowed those kind of things to happen.
Yeah, I guess we're thinking along the same thing.
Yes, we're all thinking the same thing.
We're looking to relocate other community groups and creation and what have you.
Yeah.
Could we work with you and with your own mentor? Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, like the judo uses it in the evenings. Line dancing, I think there's like a Tuesday or a Friday during the day. We use it in the evenings for Scout. So during the week, it's available most days during the day.
And how much does it cost?
That's a question.
Okay, right.
I don't have that figure. Yeah.
It's going to cost more with a new roof.
Yeah.
Fees are about to go up.
Facilities are between $10 and $20 per hour.
Yeah, I think it's roughly that. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so next up I have Bruce Mitchinson, representing Kororaka Russell Community Law Trust, page 6.
Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. And Bruce was unable to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to explain our application. Kia ora to all present. Just briefly, a little bit about the Kororaka Russell Water Trust. We're a community organisation, and we were established to represent our own community following sale of the wharf by the District Council to Far North Holding. We're leading the restoration of the wharf itself, but also the environment around the wharf, which includes the seafront. Our trustee allows us to cover those areas. Our income is generally from charging for casual berths at the wharf. So we don't generate a lot of income in that. But the income we do produce has gone to the summer recycling pop-up on the ward, which has been very successful in minimising rubbish in our shop front during the summer. We've paid quite a bit towards the funding of coastal erosion experts to assist with the waterfront erosion planning, and also the expenses around the Whangaroa, which you may be familiar with, standing at the entrance to the ward. And it's a very popular piece of work amongst all the tourists. Secondly, the beach erosion project, which we led and helped to fund, it originated from the Russell placement. Our contribution went towards the assessment of the coastal process and the risk of erosion to a critical area. We carried out community consultation to ensure that the solution to this problem was well understood and respected by the community. Stage one addressed the critical erosion that we've got in the papers in front of you. You can see photographs of two areas that were threatening the historic cannon in front of the town hall, and another area further north. Those areas have been completed, and I think the general consensus in Russell is that the work has been effective compromise between heavy protection that's ugly, may not even protect the beach, and light work that could possibly break down 1 or 2 decent students. So this application, it's for stage 2 of the project. It joins up the rock wall revetments that were designed by the experts, and it addresses serious erosion around outlets as well. It's a total of 70 metres of protection to go in addition to those that we put in stage 1. It's quoted to be about $89,000 plus GST. We know that's a significant amount of money. We're looking to fund it, kick off this funding, if you like, through the funding source that we're putting in the fund. Really feel that we can't wait for the long-term plan to come into effect for addressing this one big operation. There are areas that show further breakdown erosion. So we're using this to get some funding behind us, but like the Scout people, actually, if we can get your funding plus some funding from the Water Trust, then we've got a decent chunk, maybe up to a third of the money, depending on how generous we feel today. And then we can approach other funding opportunities within our own community. Russell is a place where if people see something that needs a bit of support, they've got the wherewithal to follow up on it. So we're confident that we could possibly fund the entire stage 2 with a little bit of help. And their experience backs up the generosity of Russell people when they see the need for something like as important as shop, the beach, and the facilities. Should we not attract the balance of the funds, stage 2, we would be return the grant to the community. So Yes. Rights and question.
Michael speaking for it. Questions? Self-explanatory. I think again, pictures in the additional.
Can I just test one thing, Madam Chair? You've mentioned, because I was curious around being new to the community board, and at the end of the day, all the money comes out of one source, but there's lots of different buckets. And I was curious about why this wouldn't come out of a capital works budget. Rather, it's coming out of a pride of place. You're making an application to a pride of place community board grant. But you did mention, I just heard you say timing is the one that's driving you to do that now. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, it's the challenge of erosion around things like stormwater. And that is one area where we do believe we have a very good case to take to.
Yeah.
So more drains from our beach will disappear in water. So that will be one of the first places we try to address the issues.
Have the manager.
So, Michael, this placemaking project was commenced some years ago, as you're well aware, with a previous community board. So some of the questions you may be receiving are as a result of the fact that they haven't been on this journey. And it has been quite drawn out, I acknowledge that. And some of the stormwater runoff and drainage also from the historical area has been addressed. We have addressed some issues as we've gone along. So this is actually just part of, as you said, it's the next stage of completing the placemaking project, which you can see the work that has fallen out of it, which was not the original intent of the project when the previous board entered into it, which is often the way we actually uncover other issues as we go. So it does need to be remedied. These sorts of things are a matter of urgency, particularly with the stormwater runoff or the unintentional redirection of flow of water runoff and stormwater. So it should be pretty self-explanatory and additional information in the report.
Madam Chair, I think the question that Joe put is a reasonable question. That if the damage that is being caused is coming from council-owned infrastructure, why is the community board being asked to fund it? And why is it not being funded by council, if I understood your question precisely? And I think we might get back into that when we get to deliberating the item.
Yes, you can't point the finger at the district council when it comes to general election. So specifically water coming from off the land in concentrated areas. I think we've got a case until community board will be very popular community that Russell River provides to local groups.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Michael, for that. Moving on next, I have Ms. Moana Kiff representing the Māori Bay Marae, page 58 of your agenda. Moana here? Oh, you are Moana. So, page 58.
Oh, tēnā, koutou, te himana mena komiti. Ko Moana Kiff aho, I'm a trustee, the Māori Bay Marae trustee. Our application that we've put forward is we're seeking funds to support our sporting event, an annual sporting event, the Pirimokena Cup, which is has been going for some years, and it's an event that's locked into many of the whānau's calendars, annual calendars. Every Labour weekend, there are approximately 16, 17 marae that participate in rugby team, netball teams, and the whole weekend long event. The putia that we were asking for in this application is to allow us to provide a ambulance service to be on site for the entirety of the weekend. Yeah, so that's probably
It's lovely. We, most of us know the sport. It's quite historical, actually, isn't it?
It is.
Very competitive.
It is very competitive. I'd like to admit that I've never made either the local team or it's the whakawhanaungatanga, and it definitely provides that every year.
Get whānau from Auckland as well. You get the whānau from Auckland all coming up.
Oh, they come from everywhere. They'll come home from Australia to participate.
Big events.
Put their rugby boots on, the netball skirts, and go for it. So it is very well supported. We also we're hosting this year, our marae. So the hosting rotates around. So we're hosting this year. I think the last time we hosted was back in 2019. So that puts a bit of pressure on us as marae to make sure we're putting it up, ducks lined up. But, this event, historically, it's been going, I think, maybe 40, 42 years. So, it's intergenerational now. The grandkids and the kids are now participating. So, yeah, we think it's worth supporting.
The last rugby game was Labor Weekend where I was concussed. So an ambulance speaks to sorry, man. But speaking to that, we had a home game for our league team. We had an injury. It was quite a bad one. The game was stopped because we had a bad elbow injury. Not only was the game called off, but we had to wait. I think we stood around waiting for the ambo for about 45 minutes before me and my family left. So ambulance services is an issue for a lot of our communities. So, sure. So I just wanted to speak to that about access to ambulances.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We've only got one boat, but it is a stretch service, and we've got them locked in as long as we can pay them. But you're absolutely right. They are essential, and that. So yeah.
Through the chair, I'm part of St John, and I can confirm that there's very scarcity of ambulances. They're getting one on site, so really prudent risk management approach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I love how the city rotates around the various facilities. I think
well, so we use the bio facilities that we build in the facilities there. Yeah, that's the spot.
So retained community. Any more questions? Thank you, Moana. We'll break out coming to speak to us. Okay, next we have Rhonda Kite representing ONZM Screen Northland. Line.
Kia ora. I just go ahead?
Over to you. You've got 5 minutes to present to us, including question time.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Rhonda Kite tōku ingoa, ngā uri no te aupori ngā te kuri nai takato hoki. Thank you very much for receiving me on this. I'm representing a new entity, Screen Northland. We are joining up with the group of 12 other screen location officers in New Zealand, and Northland is the only one that doesn't have a representation. A few of us, the royalists that have come through the industry, are now moving back home. I have moved back to my whenua in Kaimomo, so I'm picking up the role to represent Screen Northland in the Far North District Council area. Karen Sidney, who is a producer, writer, director with 30 years experience in the industry, is working in the Kaipara area, and Emeritus Dr. Professor Ella Henry, she is taking care of the Whangaroa area and she is our chair. She also whakapapas to Ngāti Kahu ki Whangaroa and was chair on the Rūnanga for many years. So between us, we bring up to, over 90 years of experience in the screen, tech and creative sector. So what the regional film officers do is that they help productions with location scouting, permitting. We work with the councils for permitting for filming. We help them find crew and make vendor connections, hotels, motels, catering, all of that. We're also, which is most important in Northland, we're the cultural guidance. And one of the stunning examples was the lack of cultural guidance ended up with the Chief of War shoot out of Whangaroa being moved within 40 hours to Screen Waikato to the value of $18 million. More recently, Netflix Australia New Zealand has joined with New Zealand On Air, and they are financing internships specifically into the below the line categories of filmmaking and screen production. We see this as a real opportunity for us to be able to create, not only attract productions, but to also get internships. And you would have read in my application a case study for the Far North shoot. What else are we going to do? Lots of wonderful things, but I think the opportunity. Look, I know the opportunity for our young people and even Pākeke who want to have a look into this industry and into the technology of this industry is growing really, really fast. We have had conversations with the national funders, and they have told us that they absolutely support us, but we need to show regional commitment, and that's what our application is in today for one-off seed funding, so we can set ourselves up. Thank you very much, and I'll take questions. Well, generating revenue is a minority. Will be going to the Creative New Zealand Film Commission, New Zealand On Air. They will be the major funders. We'll also be going to local businesses for support, philanthropic, those sorts of it. So we're setting up an intergenerational thing here, and we're all, not quite retired, but we've been around for a long time and we know how to do this and we know how to set it up for our young ones coming through. If you want to look at an example, similar example would be Māoriland out of Otaki. It took them 13 years to get where they are, and they just won an award in Cannes just recently. They actually don't do location scouting or screen permits, and that's where we see that we come in. We're also backed by 12 other regional film officers too. So if we have a production and they want snow, we can't do that, but we can go to our sister office in Otago Southland, and if they want sand dunes, they come to us. So it's very much a working collaborative relationship nationally.
I come from the area where the loss happens. Okay, so the hapu and are in where I actually, so I'm very familiar with the story of the movement of the Jason Moore film. That was very unfortunate. So this is a really good thing. It's much needed.
And of course, you'll be aware that we're calling them the Bros. Say having the three names have bought Screen. West Studio West. So, and they are, looking forward to come up not only to Rotorua because Cliff comes from there, but certainly Jason Momoa is very endeared to Northland. And we know that he'd love to be able to bring some productions up here.
Chair. Kia Rhonda, I actually found, because I'm not from the film industry, so it actually took me a while to get my head around what the services that you actually provide, because it's a whole other, industry, isn't it, with stuff going on. And what my question is this the sort of services that you provide, is that like normal spill? Does that sort of happen in every kind of region? Are you like a typical kind of company that provides, and we just don't have that kind of company here? Is that what the deal is?
Absolutely. If you go onto the ARFON's website, you'll see 12 areas that are covered. Gisborne has just been covered. No representation in Auckland, in Northland.
Right, okay. So it's a bit of a black hole there.
A massive black hole. Now, that said, we're also partnering with Screen Northland, who they were serving into the Northland via Screen Auckland, but their CEO, Matt Horrocks, he says, we just don't have the capacity to be able to do that, and we don't have the connections. So we're very much supported by Screen Northland, and we're talking a $4 billion business nationwide, and if we can capture a little bit of that, then not only do our businesses benefit from that as a filming destination and tourism, but also the exciting thing for me is having the internships attached to them, and then potentially, having our own film festivals as well. So that's what we're looking at and envisaging for the next 5 years to set up. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Rhonda, where else, being this is regional and we are district-wide, have you applied to Whangarei councils? How far have you cast your net?
Well, we've broken it down into three council district areas, right? So there's only 4 of these regional offices that are self-funded. The others, they're actually employees within the councils. We don't have that within our councils. So we're looking at the district one. So I'm representing, in inverted commas, the FNDC area. And at the same time, Karen Sydney is representing the Kaipara district area, and Professor Alan Henry will be taking over the Whangarei area just to until we can get a partner there that's domiciled there. So we're starting off.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you very much. No further questions? Thanks, Rhonda. You can go and get on with your day. We'll let you know later on.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
So, start with Jerry. Do you want to do
Jerry Spicer on mine? It's just
I see that. You can hang. We've got interesting business to do.
Sorry, is that Kerry or Jerry?
Kerry.
Oh, me. Thank you. Right. Kia ora. Thank you for letting me talk to our application today to the Pride of Place Fund. I actually was thinking, how am I going to, and in 13 funding applications, how am I going to make mine memorable? And it was just going to be my name, really, Kerry. Because we're in Kerikeri. So I wanted to be there today. Apologies that I'm not. I had to come to Auckland, and our op shop manager, who I'm representing the SPCA Kerikeri op shop today, is relatively new. So I thought that I would speak to this application, and I apologise for the very loud space behind me. I'm in front of the inspector's office, and it's rather noisy here. So I write the grants for Kerikeri SPCA, and I'm from the far north, but just in Auckland today. And I wanted to talk to you all about our application for a shipping container. So we're actually asking for a contribution of $5,000 towards a replacement shipping container for our SPCA op shop Saturday community market. We don't see this as an infrastructure application. it's not about the container for us. This is about protecting an established community market at SPCA Kirikiri Op Shop, which in my opinion creates a double whammy effect of benefits. So it provides affordable goods for local families, volunteering opportunities and social connection, which is a really large one. It diverts items from landfill, so it's good for the environment. And on the other side of the coin, it raises funds for the SPCA Kirikiri Centre because all the profits go towards the centre. So I think of this as a double whammy application, which fits into council criteria. The Saturday market is very popular with local residents. There can be up to 200 people on a Saturday go to the market, and the shipping container is failing miserably. The market's been going for about 10 years. The shipping container is deteriorating. It's rusting. It's got rats, and it holds all the larger items. So the op shop itself, if any of you have been, it's pretty small and quite packed with donated goods from the community. And so the shipping container holds the larger donated items that the community give us that we can sell, and money goes back to the centre. It's a really well-established Saturday market, and the volunteer we've got some lovely volunteers who run it. He's been running that for 8 years. His wife is also a volunteer. She's been volunteering for 5 years, and they go around and collect donations from the community, and they're very well aware that the holes and the rust and the fibrillite roof that they've added over time is not sustainable, and rats are getting in and damaging the goods. And there's, we've had, with all the rain that we have, there's leaks, and we're having to throw things away that are being donated. So we're asking the council for a contribution to replace that shipping container, so that we can continue with that Saturday market. And thank you for listening, and welcome for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? I have a question, Kerry.
Yes.
Without being rude, the container's been there a very long time, as an eyesore in the front yard on Kirikiri Road.
Yes.
And the market's been going for 10 years. You've been using that container for the market. What sort of plan, obviously, if any, did you have to actually replace the container as the demand grew for donations?
That's a very good question. I didn't ask the op shop manager that one. Well, I guess they were always going to replace it. It's just that, with funding, we have to get funding from the local community to do anything like that. Even though we're a national organisation, we raise funds locally as well. And I guess we just keep putting Band-Aids on top of things until it gets to the point where it's reached its end stage. I think the feedback we've been getting from the community is they actually would be rather annoyed if we just got rid of the container and didn't have that, because we wouldn't be able to take the larger items like the couches and, it holds sporting equipment, electrical equipment. I think we've been getting feedback from the community that they wouldn't be happy about not being able to donate that to us, because our op shop couldn't take it.
Can I ask my second question is, you said all the profits from that business stay in that business in Kirikiri. Is that correct?
Yes. So after expenses, the profit that is made by the op shop in Kirikiri goes towards the SPCA centre for the animals in that area in the far north.
So that's after
expenses.
So the only volunteers, so you've got a manager and the property expenses.
Correct, yes. Our expenses for the op shop, I believe, come to around $119,000 a year. The income that we make from the op shop is around $349,000, around that. So the profits from that then go towards the Kirikiri Centre.
So the service is more. Could you just answer the surplus?
My question is bouncing off yours. I'm trying. Who owns the building there, Kerry? Does the SBA own it, or do you lease it?
I believe we own that. We don't own a lot of buildings, but I believe the Kirikiri one is owned.
Okay, so you've got full opportunity to expand that building or do anything with it that you want to.
We had discussed, do we get another container, or are we able to maybe build a garage and have that as storage? And it was decided that the container was the best option. We also have the quotes that we got are, I think, quite good, very, very competitive for the container.
Great. Jane, did you want to add to that?
I just wondered if you could do me the maths for your surplus, your expenses and your revenue.
Yeah, 200. Oh, sorry, I did have it written down somewhere. It was 229,131. But the Kirikiri Centre, so obviously I think I've provided the council with the budget for the centre with the op shop sales in there. And then you can see, like, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's around the Kirikiri Centre is in the negative by about 600,000 at the start of the year. So those op shop sales are imperative to that centre.
Got it. Thank you.
Any more questions? There are, I see in the aerial photographs, there are other sheds behind the container, a couple of other sheds. Is that all dwellings on the property? Is the house, the container?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to find out, but I could find out very quickly and get that to you today. So the question was the sheds behind the centre. Oh, sorry, I can't hear you very well.
There are two sheds.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kerry. I don't think there's any further questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Finally, we have Jerry. No, Hannah. Oh, sorry, Hannah. Sorry, I'm working on.
Forget me.
I'm going to let you forget
the kissing game.
The papers are it's right. No, it's me. I should have probably just run with mine. Hannah. Oh, the Kirikiri River train.
Yeah, the kissing gates.
Apologies, I didn't have you down on here because we actually have had a deputation on this. And I wasn't expecting a speaker on it, so apologies. Now you're here, you can hit us with
I'm here. Hopefully I can answer some questions. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Hannah. I'm a local business owner and resident of Kirikiri, and I also do quite a bit of work in the mental health space. And a lot of that comes around suicide awareness and prevention. And that's just something, because that's something that's really personal to me through having somebody in my family take their own life. And I also have my mum who is full-time in a wheelchair, and she is consistently very suicidal. So how this project came about was there is actually all places around the whole community that you can take somebody out in a wheelchair to go to. There isn't. And there's also, when I was walking down that river track, I noted there was a young mum with a pram, and she had two toddlers on those little push bikes that they have, the balance bikes. And she had these kids running riot, and she was trying to lift her pram over the gates that are already there because they're not accessible to mums. And I got talking with her, and she just she said to me that there's nowhere else that she can go that's safe to take her family out for a walk. And when you're in the trenches like that, you've got, 3 kids at home and they're causing chaos, and you just need to get outside. There's very, very little places in the community that we can take people out. So I became on this little bit of a mission that I wanted to make those gates that are on that river walk fully accessible to all of the community. And so I got hold of David, who I believe spoke to you all last meeting, about how we could go about doing that, if he had any ideas, because I had absolutely no idea the process to follow to be able to do this. David ran with that for me, and he went through council and he got approval for the plan of the gates. And we've got some quotes, everything's been accepted, and now we're at the position that we're ready to go with the gates, but we need to get the funding to be able to put these gates in. So there are 3 gates on the river track, which is what my application is for. If we can get all 3 gates in, then you can do a 5.5 kilometre round trip walk with somebody in a wheelchair. If it drops down to 2 gates, depending on funding, you can go as far as the new vet clinic that's on White House Road. You can go as far as the vet, so you'd be looking at a 3 kilometre walk. So I think it's just important for me that, hey, we should be able, and everyone should have the ability to be able to get outside, clear their head, because, like I said, I try and do some work in that mental health space, and this is one of the things that really helps people I've seen. That is the reason for my application. Any questions? Thank you, Gina.
I'm just trying to get my head around exactly. I run along that space all the time, so it's not the existing kissing gates that are there.
No, I don't think they're called kissing gates. Those ones. So those ones,
yeah,
they just swing round.
Yeah.
Now with those ones, they've never been designed that you can get a pram in them. So the idea of these new gates is what is actually put in all tracks around Scotland, and most of England now are going that way, where you go. It's almost like a holding pen, it sounds terrible, a cattle holding pen, where you would open the gate, you would drive into it, you shut the gate behind you, so it's stop-proof, and then you drive back out.
And why would you probably don't know the answer to this question, but do you know why the gates were there in the first place?
I believe, don't quote me on it, but I believe it's to stop motorbikes and also stop.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So there is some landowners there that have stock that go right back to the so it would be to keep it like that. But it was also important to get some sort of design in that will stop motorbikes and stuff going down that track. And I guess I also wanted to bring awareness to I guess everyone that when we're putting in new walking tracks, why aren't we making them accessible to everybody?
Okay. And kissing gate is just that you actually get stuck in it. You can't get through it. It's quite. Yeah. There is one between the Williams house, our historical, and the Paihia Village Green. And our question, I think, when we were presented previously was the kissing gate historical? Because often they are, and that was something that I'm not sure that we had clarity around. I think it had been replaced over the years, so perhaps not. That was the only one, really, because kissing gates are quite a thing of the past, and they quite often are, they have the old ghost posts covered in moss, and they really are quite special. So.
I'm not sure who maintains the ones that are on there now. I know that it is council land. And we looked at a few options, like getting keys and things for me to have and apply to get a key to open gates, but that's just going to come with all sorts of issues with accessibility, but also people leaving gates open. So this was definitely the best option that came out of that.
Just an observation. I think it's important to note that there's a huge amount of volunteer labour that goes off to this track. So although the application is ostensibly for 100% of the cost, it's not reflecting the volunteer labour that goes into it. So it's really important that we support 100%.
And should we fund this, Hannah? I watched that it's just down under the name. So it's the expectation that the funds would come directly to.
No, I think what I'll do is because I'm working on it with David and Kerry Conservation. And so I would prefer that the money, if I took save, the money would go into that account. So it was managed through there. So it is something that we put together right through. So certainly not to run with it myself.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience sitting here.
No worries.
I hope you found it interesting with the other applications.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks for presenting today. And We have very. And I think we have 3 applications from the Tuna Centre.
Just 2
today. So you must speak about it
as a condition. So you can speak to that one as well. Speak to it as well. Thank you.
So you're going to speak.
So it's okay, I'll draw it.
Okay. He's withdrawing Mardi Gras.
Okay.
I hadn't had a final answer.
I was just concerned about the, so we'll leave that line. I'm just concerned about the lead and time frame. It's such a big inaugural event and you might be looking for some.
Oh, okay. Well, then
yeah. So I was happy to leave it to discussion. It's
okay.
He's out of the
Thank you. Paulina Kiokoko, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, thanks for ongoing support. Great to have you here today, and I'd like to chat about kitchen chaos. So there's been a lot of, over the last year or two, more and more parents of whānau say, oh, it'd be great to have more low price shows during the school holidays so we can bring the kids along to be entertained. The last school holidays in April, we had Craig Smith of Wonky Donkey fame, and he only gave us about 3 weeks' notice. He gave us a call, Jerry, you're coming up to Kirikiri. Any chance you can put on a show? Well, you're not giving us much time, but it sold out within the 3 weeks. We had 400 kids in whānau come along for the show. It was $5, for kids, and I think $10 for adults. And I must say, my happiest memories of the centre are hearing 400 tamariki and their whānau just laughing, cracking up, singing along and having fun. So we've, with that in mind, we were contacted by another group called Kitchen Chaos. That's the show name. They're called Rollicking Entertainment. I program them at festivals all around the country. David and Lizzie, they're a really hard case. It's a slapstick-filled comedy physical theatre show for tamariki aged 3 to 8 in their whānau. And they performed to over 11,000 tamariki over 21 cities around the motu. So they've got lots of experience, but we haven't had them in the far north yet. So this is an opportunity to get them up. It directly addresses the school holiday entertainment gap, and it offers quality, affordable, and with tickets at $5, as I mentioned. They're also going to do an interactive creative movement workshop following the concert or the show for up to 25 tamariki aged 5+, which is just for that one. Critics call it riveting, delightful, exciting, and highly amusing. And it's an irresistible mix of slapstick, gags, and silliness. So it is what it is, a kids show to entertain tamariki during the school holidays. So that's the first one, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
I could just envisage an hour and stuff going, it'd be my worst nightmare.
Does it scare kids off being in the kitchen, or help them to want to go into the kitchen?
Maybe cause mischief in the kitchen, yeah.
Questions?
Sounds a ton of fun.
It does, yeah.
Anything that engages kids, we tend to get on board.
Thank you. Well, now the second show that I'm presenting is called Take Kuri, the Dog Tax Rebellion. It's a local story, a Taitokoro story. It's about an armed standoff in the Hokianga in 1898 between Hapu Mahuri, Te Mahurihuri, led by Hone Toia, who was a Ngāpuhi spiritual leader. And there was a great quote around it, if dogs were to be taxed, men will be next. And it's been written by Geoffrey Clendon, who has tupuna on both sides of the conflict, which brings a real authenticity to the story. It was an armed standoff, as I said, sparked by colonial dog registration fees. Māori communities resisted, saying it was taking away their autonomy and sovereignty, and it was also an unfair financial burden on, their hunting methods to gather kai. There's still, relevance in 2026. And, the production has healing potential. Memories of the rebellion still remain raw for Hokianga whānau, and the stage offers a space for acknowledgement and reconciliation. I've been talking to Jeffrey Clendon about this show for about a year and a half now, and he's been developing it up. He's been up and he's chatted to, he's workshopped ideas with whānau over the Hokianga, and he's going through a development series at the moment, and he's launching it at Te Pou Theatre down in Tamaki at the beginning of November, 1st of November, and then he's going over to the Rawani Town Hall to present it there, and then he'd like to come to the Turner Centre. So it's an exciting one for us to be able to present a local story on the stage, work with a creative from up here, and something original and new as well.
Joe, Jerry, is this the first time it's going to be presented?
He's done readings down at the Te Pou Theatre, and following those readings, then they invite him to do the season down there. So it's been workshopped like a number of times with the script, but this will be the first time that's been presented with the cast on stage.
Oh, okay. And who's actually producing it?
Jeffrey Clendon. He's got a producer as well.
Okay.
That's co-producing the show.
Yeah. And you're planning on putting it on just the stage, not the whole.
So the plan at the moment is to do a show for the high schools.
Yes.
High schools during the day, a matinee show, and then in the evening, both on the stage. That's got a capacity of 100 to 120. If the demand is higher, then we can move it to the theatre and we can do up to 400 people. But in the first instance, we'll kind of see how it goes. We hope that people engage and be excited about a local story, but in the first instance, we'll put it on stage until it sells out.
I hope so too, but it is still quite a lot of seats for a show that hasn't been put on before. Are you concerned about that, or?
No, not for the 120. Okay. I think we'll do 2 shows.
Okay.
Hopefully, and I'd like to think that it will go gangbusters and we'll move it into the theatre. But
cool. Excellent.
It's a $20 show, so right. Kept it. It's reasonably priced for a theatre show of that quality. So hopefully that makes it accessible.
Yeah. Very closely with Creative Northland. There's a lot of work that's been done with that.
Jerry, I just want to comment, this was amazing. I went to the Waitangi exhibition for this the tax rebellion last year, and I was very moved by it. I had no idea. I didn't know it existed. The photography and the stories and the journey, you could piggyback on that exhibition if you could go to theatre, no problem. I just would encourage all of you to go and see it. It's just so much about history we don't know.
It's not a story I knew about before David came into the theatre bar. Jeffrey came into the theatre bar one day, told me about it as well, and immediately we're like, we're not that on stage yet.
So I'm not sure if you can even actually get any of those exhibits to run in line with what you're doing, but honestly, it is an awesome fun story, and it's very, very, we're all connected somehow, to these events historically, and I think that's just my personal experience, because you just took me back to that exhibition. I was just like, it was quite a thing to see. So I would encourage everybody to, if this is going to be anything like touching student education. Sound like you're I'm sounding predetermined. I'm quite happy to abstain, because I just think this would be something that it's just the educational aspect of it, and how it unites everybody, and the fact that Clendon's on this. It's special. So thanks for that, Jerry. Everyone got to go to it. $20, predetermining it. Okay.
I try and sit here and say this is Q&A.
That is Q&A, but I don't know if any of you went to the exhibition, did you?
No, I didn't.
Digressing. Did you want to touch on Mardi Gras?
Yeah, lastly for the Mardi Gras, basically, and when I used to run Rupadupa in Wellington, one of the highlights was getting second line bands from that New Orleans tradition, and they do a march kind of around the town or around the city, and then do a stage show afterwards. Mardi Gras in New Orleans is one of the most famous festivals in the world or in the States. And we've actually got a few whānau over here from New Orleans who've been, hitting me up about the last couple of years. And I've worked with the American Embassy before, who have supported projects like this. So they will be the other partner that I'm going to. They supported us putting on a kids show with Americana Band 4 years ago, a free show. So I'm hopeful that they will also support this. The idea is we'll get a second line band to march around the town and then come down here. A lot of it, I'm thinking in that sort of placemaking and kind of connecting the different aspects of the town, So we could get a group of kids walking behind them, all the local ones that are learning brass instruments to jump in behind them as well, and then end up down in the car park at the front. So some of you will have seen a long-term vision for that car park at the front, as well as it still being able to be utilised as a car park, is to have a cafe and a gallery in that space and an outdoor entertainment space. So at the moment, it looks like it could be a swimming pool in here or an old factory or something. We want to make that like road frontage really attractive and kind of connected to the town. And so we thought this is a great way of doing it, would be to put on a stage at the front of the building. We've got all the staging and everything, and then have hay bales in that front of in the car park. Have like the likes of Matt from Wingless Angel that does the barbecue and everything, and then have a free event basically, so we can get the community in. In that same sort of spirit as the street festival and other festivals, outdoor festivals around the world. They'll be using our space in a different way, and again, it's just great music. It'll really get everyone, along. An afternoon event from sort of, I think we've got 3 till 7, so it's, doesn't upset the Oak Ridge residents too late at night. And so that's the idea of it. And anyone I've mentioned it to is like, oh, we've got to have a Mardi Gras. And actually, in a programming survey last year, a few people came back saying, can we have some sort of Mardi Gras event? We had Diwali last year. The year before we had Carnival Latino. So again, it's, trying to have events that celebrate these different groups within our community and also bring some vibrancy in terms of different types of music that we wouldn't normally hear.
I think we put a bid in to have it come over to Russell on Sunday.
Yeah, I did a trip over to Kororareka Russell 3 weeks ago with Jane, who showed me around all of the venues. And one thing we're excited about is when we bring these acts up to the far north, up to Kirikiri, we're already working with Max over in Mania and the Hokianga, and in contact with Te Ahu up in Kaitaia, and how can we bring some of them over to Russell as well, and share the love around. And also the artists go away with just such a far north experience, rather than just popping up for one show. So they get a bit more of a kind of affinity and relationship with the areas.
Any questions about that inaugural event? Joe?
Through the chair, I mean, I really love how, Jerry, how you're recognising and celebrating all of the diversity of our area. And yeah, as you say, Diwali and putting on all of these different festivals. My only question relates to how do we sort of localise what is an imported cultural idea? Are you planning to kind of Kiwiise it or far northise it, or is it just being put on purely as a kind of a New Orleans?
Yeah, what I'd like to do is get one of the the horn players up the day before and invite all the local kids who play brass to be able to learn a couple of tunes so they can join in. There's already a couple of barbecue style food vendors up here like Matt and Ken from Barbecue Boy, and so there's a lot of kind of swallows and Americans who are based here. So you probably find there's quite a community here. So it's a chance for us to celebrate them. The groups are obviously, they're from Aotearoa with American members. But it's in terms of our programming strategy, three of them are around community. So celebrating our identity here, celebrating the diversity that exists here, and then kind of uplifting local creators to engage. And then there's also just vibrancy as well. So bringing things into the region and the district we wouldn't normally see. And it helps inspire local musicians and the community as well.
Okay.
Well, there you go. We had enough of pictures today. Thank you very much for your time.
It's very interesting, and thanks for sowing the seeds for yet another inaugural event in the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa area.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to break now. You're welcome to join us for coffee.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break. Oh, Right, we're moving on to item 6.1, confirmation of the previous minutes. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa community will confirm the minutes of the meeting on 7th of May 2026 are true and correct record. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Joe. Seconder, Troy. Any amendments or alterations to those? I had one sort of query when I was actually listening to these. On item 8.3, there was a note about the open resolution sheet regarding resolution 2025/129. I think I wanted to find a corresponding.
That one was for the the dump station.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's why we can do it. Okay. Any further clarification required? Put that to the vote. Those in support, against, carried. Right, moving on to item 7.1. We've got Teani here. What Teani? Do you want to speak to this first?
This is community board meeting. This is arrangements that we have we want to put forward. We consulted with Kipper from Ngāti here, with Subtitles, and also with the Department of Conservation. So this is to approve the installation of the two amenity lights at the landing. One is to the picnic table and the pole, and then the other close to the boat ramp. I have spoken holdings there. Extension in the future, but it will be on the other side of the room. Then also one amenity down in the Kirikiri Basin near but actually at the intersection of the park and the car park, which will light up the curve there. The national sign. We engaged with an archaeologist who did a test dig with me, I believe it was last week or the week before. The most interesting thing we found was a very old can. So we have agreed and put the light in that location. DOC have issued us with a letter of authority to install the light at that location. They are also just dusting it with there is a budget available for that archaeology work, and also the two lights that one's in the one light down in the basin. I believe
excellent. I think this is an example we need to celebrate of good collaboration. We thank you to the board members who did the site visits and to Stephen. I think it's really important when we make decisions about placing any infrastructure that we do site visits and well informed. And thank you for your patience and your work behind the scenes to get this through. I don't have any questions about it other than I think the recommendation should actually be, should read installation of one amenity light near Katoai Waka on Landing Road, because we did actually learn through that journey that Ngāti here are going to do their own light around Islands, which is going to be a special treat to look into in the future. So excellent. So the word near instead of at. Any further discussion or questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. I think it actually was entity lighting, because last night when I was at pioneer doing the quiz. I still associate you with the pioneer. I was approached by a group of people wanting a street light because of vandalism, continued ongoing vandalism with their road sign and letterboxes and other things like that. They gave me the name of their road and I wrote it down on the back of the quiz paper, which I subsequently burnt in my fire last night, forgetting that I've written the name of the road on the quiz paper, but it's green something and it's off White Pepper Road. Does that mean anything to anybody? It starts with the word green.
Greenway, Green Acres.
Green, and I looked on Google Maps and it can't, and that doesn't help me either, but I don't think that's an amenity light. I think it's a street light, isn't it? So that would be an RFS. Yes. I'll have to go back to them now and confess that I had a steamy moment and threw it on the fire. But, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
So amenity lighting and street lighting are different. Yes. So it would be useful, I think, for us to have a very clear definition so that when members of our community approach us, we are able to give good guidance.
So we do, Jane, we do, yeah, and it came through in the previous report. Specific, hence the locations.
Yeah. I remember us discussing it. I'm just thinking, where did I write it down?
Public areas where there's a lot of, people activity and that sort of thing. And, the boat parking and the marina areas and areas that people do use for quite different. And
that's not a good idea. Oh, yeah, the roads are there, but got no road name.
Okay. So I just think it's fabulous that we're getting Wavell Bank wrapped up with these solar lights, and the contractor, shout out to Leighton Electrical for his research expertise and knowledge on placement and installation, and his development. I'm impressed to have him join us for a site visit and hear his comments as to where we should be placing the lights. Thank you. I'm going to put this recommendation. Any further questions? Okay. So the recommendation is that Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board A, approve the installation of 2 amenity lights at Windsor Landing, and B, approve the installation of 1 amenity light near the Whariwaka on Landing Road. I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Tyler.
Okay, sorry, can I just say before I insert that I did ask that we do some. So I'll arrange that with her. The lights are here in Kirikiri and they're ready to go, so they will be installed next week. But I will, when I've got to the installation there.
That's great. And would you like to notify perhaps or anybody that would like to go back, Joe and Jane as the local representatives? Lawrence, will you be available?
Lovely. I guess I had to.
Thank you for the work on that. I really enjoyed this project. Really excited to see those lights turn on.
And Arohanui, you can copy Arohanui in. She may like to come, or if Lawrence can't, she'll go to represent us. Thank you. Okay, move myself, seconded by Tyler. All those in support? Against? It's carried. Kia ora, Aisha. Lovely to see you. Trinity, see we've got you online there. Item 7.2. Would you like to speak to the road naming before I put the recommendation?
Sure, if you would like, that's fine. So a road naming application was submitted on the 14th of January to name a private road that's currently located at 29 Koropiwa Road. So this development will increase the number of lots in the area by 10, so as per our naming and numbering policy, as well as the applicant's resource consent, a road name is required. The applicant proposed Makaraya Lane as I'm assuming I'm saying that right, as makarai is a fish that is well known in the Bay of Islands. It's the genus of marlins, as well as a tie towards that. The applicant owns a business with this name. The proposed names were forwarded to Land Information New Zealand. There were no issues regarding feedback with those names. They were all acceptable for use. Consultation was sought with Ngāti Rehia, and Ngāti Rehia responded that they supported both of the proposed road names. We did identify that there would be affected property owners, so the applicant was informed to seek feedback, and a feedback was provided that neither of the affected property owners were opposed. They were both in support of both of the road names.
Thanks, Trinity. Great summary.
Tick, tick, tick.
Ticking our boxes. Questions for Trinity? I had a couple of questions, but one question, one comment. My first question is not one out of ignorance, but not knowing the direct translations. Are any macrons required in the name?
No, so it's the name is not a Māori name. It's a Greek or yeah.
So we're possibly pronouncing it wrong.
Maybe. To the best of my ability, that's how I would pronounce it.
And I'm not sure on signage, and Councillor Cook can comment on that, whether or not we actually legally can have macrons in the names, but I think we're going to use names in other languages. We need to actually get them out. My second one is to comment time frame. I see that this was actually received, this application, not your issue, Trinity, but back in 14th of January when Council was just in business. I think from a subdividers, developers perspective, that time frame is still too long. It's tying up the ability to go to market, for people to build, and the 14th of January to the 4th of June in my world is just too long to wait for road naming. So whether it is the fault of the applicant at time of lodging resource consent that they didn't actually start that process in motion, just want to highlight that if they are listening, or any members of the public may learn that you need to do these things smartly so that the process commences, because it's not quick. So that was the opening. Right, any? Yeah,
more for my own, I'm not too worried, but when there's a business on a lane that's the same name as the lane, is there any cause for like confusion or anything, or concern, or is that a pretty standard kind of approach?
Yeah, seems pretty standard for the approach. Linz was made aware that there was a business that was residing in the same area, so they haven't provided feedback saying that that would cause any confusion. I think generally it is normalised that a business would name themselves after the road that they live on anyways. So in this case, they've just kind of done it backwards. So.
Crazy.
Thanks, Trinity.
We look forward to a bamboo.
Questions? Thank you very much for that. I'll put the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board name a private road, Makaia Lane. It's located at 29 Korapira Road. Tyler, seconder. Thank you, Jane. All those in support? Against? Carried. And all the best with your baby.
Thank you. So that's all right.
Look forward to seeing you back in December, and hope all goes well.
Yes, thank you very much, Belinda. Have a good day.
Bye. Moving on to item 7.3. I have a recommendation here. I will put that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board adopt a community guidance funding. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board to provide guidance to applicants from the community seeking funding from the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. Oops, oh, sorry, I'll move. Just correction of the typo on page 31, just to add a to the formula. Yeah, on the third bullet point, acknowledgement of funding. Yes, please. Yes. And do I have a second? Oh, thank you. I did circulate email following Jane's query, which I think what we're doing about the points. I mean, this is a very simple document.
Very simple.
In fact, I wondered if we should even reference youth focus at all. Because we could add to the list. I'm sure we all have personal views on priorities for funding. But the key is not to predetermine and for it to be contestable. It's we don't get huge grants, but our money is very important to our communities, and I think we do a really good job of spreading it and very good decision making with the information at hand. So this is it's a guideline, and I don't feel that we need to workshop and discuss it at this point. So happy for any comments. That's the second, and no, I don't think.
From the chair, it is a living document, so we can update it at any time if the board feels that's necessary.
And Chair, I think when we have our discussions, we do intuitively identify the things that we are not comfortable with and the things that we're not comfortable with. We do it as we can. So we neither formalise it, we just do it through our process and correct. The reason I suggested it is having been a person who's applied for funding applications for 21 years, it's really helpful to know the things that the people are keen to fund and the things that they're not keen. It just saves you putting in applications and things that are not going to be accepted. That's really more my thinking. And that was giving people a sense of what we're keen on.
And then the complexity with, train elections and changes around this. Everyone's got a different idea. And every community is diverse. We're all unique, and the community's needs are. So you may have a different view to the person next to you.
I think that's probably what I'm concerned about. If you bake in hard too many things, it doesn't allow the document to evolve over time, and you just then they're not getting caught up in procedures.
The policy is that
to change it.
And through the chair, the policy is the overriding document. This is not overriding policy. This is just saying, as a board, this is what we are implementing.
And we do reference that we don't fund kites and we don't.
Yeah.
Yes, that's helpful. We have funded kites, but we prefer not to fund. Likewise, we often don't fund drink, but we might not fund sugary drinks, but we might fund water. So let's just take each on its own merit. And thank you.
It's very much generally do not, will not, just generally do.
Thank you for keeping that. Any more comments? Vote, myself, seconded Joe. All those in support? Against? It's carried. Sure, moving on to item 7.4. The Islands-Whangaroa Community Board had $12,770 from the Placemaking Grant Funds Fund to support tree removal and replanting at Simpson Park domain and accordance with the Simpson Park domain plan, including this report and attached costings. A removal of 3 Phoenix palms near Lanty Street frontage, $5,631 plus GST, and replanting trees along boundaries and $7,130 plus GST. Jane, thank you. Seconder. Joe. Would you like to speak to this?
Just very quickly, the reserve management plan is in its final stages. I am behind schedule, but I'm hoping to get a hearing to the community board in the next couple of months. In the meantime, it would be fantastic to have some tangible things happening here on the reserve, and in particular there was a large belt of trees down the western side of the park that was removed quite a few years ago, and planting has been replaced. And more typically, that's something I can easily manage rather than go through a process to get the project management team to do that. And all planting proposed there are minor changes that will be coming to the community book, but all planting is proposed in areas that are not contested. There are no changes proposed, and there won't be anyone likely to have any concerns about it. Thank you. James, move it.
Yes, well, I mean, I'm very supportive given that this is our second placemaking project and we are inching closer to completing Kororaraka, which is fantastic. It's good to see some progress on this other placemaking projects. Just one question to Catherine, really. Is this fund taken out of the...
It is, but the recommendations I made on my funding applications around this will actually have extra because...
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you accounted for this in the recommendations.
Well, I didn't know exactly how much Robin wanted, so I put a bit of a buffer in there.
Cool. So yeah, that's good. So
this has been deducted. It has been taken into account.
Yeah, good to see some progress, Robin.
Yes, Ronnie will be excited. The community will be excited. And I've got to say that we should be able to manage the mandarin plantings in particular as a community fund. So at least someone can. Joe, any comments?
Oh, only just one minor one. I mean, I love me a good tree planting, but I wasn't really sure what was wrong with the Phoenix palms. I did Google it, but I thought I'd ask the expert what's wrong with the Phoenix palms.
Lots of things wrong with them. They're very expensive to maintain. When they drop down the branches, they have really nasty thorns. And we had, around a long time ago, we had a submission from Auckland, from the health body, whatever it was at the time, but in Tamaki Makaurau, that actually they see a lot of injuries from spines at A&E. Also, they can harbour rats. They can have very large populations of birds that actually get really noisy, and they're on weed lists. So I'm not going to give them away. They're not great at all.
That's good about those things.
To recommend them. And there was a submission to the latest round to say get rid of those Phoenix palms, but I'm proposing the incidental ones near the hauling, but I think there'd be a little bit more process about getting rid of them on the entrance.
So there's lots of them.
Oh yeah, there's that entrance way. Did the reserve management plans signal that those? That's just really need something to replace these.
Understood. Okay.
Next question.
No,
there is, you'll see there on page 34, over page there is proposed replanting of 9 shade amenity trees. This is being engaged again with the community for natives or looking to get a mix of natives and bright coloured trees. Have not specified that just because sometimes planting supply, it's better to choose the best thing available at the time. Substantial amount of fruit trees, which would be good for those sports kids. Half-time oranges and that was the most. And that was from. Any further questions? So move Jane, seconded Joe. I'll put that to the vote. All those in support, please. It's carried. Moving on to the second. Lots of energy required here. We have 14 colour some contemplations. Councillor Court, will you be stating provisionally, please? Please. And maybe to alter the order of the meeting, we should perhaps
$8,000 plus paid from the board's grant account to business Bay Islands for hospital replacement laboratory system. And you doing it, Luba? Seconder? Thanks, Jane. It's on the table for discussion. I just want you to note that all of these applications come through as board's grant fund rather than private place or community community. Just so you know that it's the leftover of that whole final month of financial year has just been put together. So it's irrelevant whether it comes out, it's the same money whether it comes out private or community grant. Okay, Tyler, would you speak to Mrs. Boomer?
Look, I'm in support of it. I think it's, although it's, us paying for something that could hopefully eventually make them some money, but it's something that supports events like Cruise in the Bays and other things that happen there. And I think if we don't support it, it's probably just going to fall by the wayside a little bit.
James?
It's the track, isn't it?
I think it's like, yeah, I mean, you've got Oakville and Pike here. They also want flag. I mean, Russell and Oakville, so but Pike here has got. Yeah, I mean, people like it's good to have a variety of wardrobe of flags to be able to having a Matariki flag rather than a Christmas flag here. I mean, it's nice.
And we do have events. We have events that we fund that cross all areas, like the walking weekend.
Yeah,
like that's right. Include and events that we fund kitty that include area. So I don't know if you note the flags when you drive into town.
Sometimes there are Christmassy ones.
Some are more visible than others. Can I do a discussion? I'm going to put the recommendation. $3,000, all those in support. Hands. Hands. Carried. Next recommendation is to approve the sum of $8,004 to be paid from the board's grant account to Hannah Horner. And we need to note that she was happy for those funds to actually go to the Kitty River Trust account for cost towards accessible gates on the Kitty River. That's not correct. Cost towards accessible gates on the Kitty River. Why it's not going to be here.
Correct. Yes.
No, don't. Okay, so I have requested the full amount of $8,004. Do I have the order? Jane, thank you. Second, Joe.
Yeah, I quite like this, getting the 3 gates to keep moving up. I know they've done a lot of work at the low end of the track, and this is just further pushing up to the sports fields, and it's going to be a well-used track in the future. And like Hannah said, there's not a huge amount of wheelchair accessible areas. We've got the domain, but there's also kids and students, and it's something a little bit out in nature, and getting some good feedback that the bird life already is increasing along the track. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I support this from a number of perspectives. Like Dane, I think walkways are one of the hidden secrets of Kitty, and the more that we can make them accessible to all kinds of people, I think that's great, which is why I get so upset it's digging on Ferry Falls one, why the Southside track is closed at the moment. And then the second reason I really support this one is because I just love the fact that a member of the community has taken it upon herself to drive something she feels passionate about and take it all the way through to this. And I want to really always encourage people to be active in the community, taking interest in the wider amenities.
Thank you, Jo. Any other comments?
just through the chair, I think, we've got a wider disability, sector of the community, and we say that we look out for them, but it's by actually taking action and supporting things like this that actually shows that we do.
Thank you. I don't know the site intimately, so I had to, when I didn't do a site visit, so I'm sure intimately about the Kissing Gate. I'd just like a note to ensure that the Kissing Gate is not registered or a historical.
Through the chair, they're not that old.
They're not that old.
I spoke with.
They don't look like they would be.
Sure. We asked that last time, didn't we?
Yeah. I'm sure. I just was concerned about just what I'm talking.
They look like they're treated timber. Yeah. So yeah.
And my second question is what issues in the around the country at the moment with Kāori dieback. Is this a entry point that has a hygiene station?
There's no
not on that side of the lorry.
Yeah.
That's my two queries. Okay, I'll put it to the right for anybody second to Joe for 8,000. Next. Move on to the third one, to approve the sum of $10,000 for the Jackman Entertainment Limited for Cotswolds Makariki Paparangi Festival of Culture. Do I have a mover? Corey, seconder. Discussion. I have actually requested $12,500 and the recommendation is for 10.
Just through the chair, I want to say I hadn't realised at the time that she's mentioned some things happening here, so I'm going to abstain from discussion.
Yeah, sure. There's actually quite a lot happening.
Yeah.
In Kitty and at the Turner Centre during that, I think it's 3 weeks. It's not quite a length of time. Corey, as mover, do you speak to that?
Yeah, well, sort of engaged with Jackie a wee while ago, a few Moturiki seasons ago now, talking about entertainment, so I'm pretty aware of the spread and width of the networks that she's working with. So, Tyne and Hukianga to, the Taitama Tāne, the Taitama Wahine, multiple events, wāmana, and I'm also aware that they've scaled down actually, because in the past they've had like real grandiose, if you've attended them, with waka and huge parts of the community being engaged. This is, to me, it's a bit sad because they're scaling down as opposed to scaling up. So, for the ask, to me, it's a humble ask. But it keeps all those relationships and the opportunity for the community to engage. Because it's a beautiful time period. I suppose I'm talking about all the Moturiki events. I dropped something on the floor this morning about an incident we had. Events like this, this is the whole point of these, like a hautaki, is to release the, all the. You basically, if you can imagine yourself, you're on a fire as a community, giving your offerings to the ones that you've lost in that calendar year. So to be in a part of that kahui, it's a beautiful thing. I'm fortunate to be part of a few of them. This is just an opportunity to get our community involved in, because we're talking about a bit of older stuff about the wheelchair access and what have you to Wellington. So all the mental health stuff, just to be a community and you're basically lifting your whānau that you've lost in that year to the stars. So every time you do navigate outside of this time period, you still have an opportunity because you've connected yourself. So, big believer in it. I love the opportunity that it presents, and Jackie's well known to all of us. She's pretty much the paramount organiser for any large events to that scale. So, yeah, I've been listening.
I should order you the opportunity to consider the full amount of $12,500, but we will be doing an amendment in so choose. James, second.
Yes, Tautoku, what colleague Corey has said, in that it started off as a very big event because it got national funding for an event for Taikura and has been supported by most of the events team. I'm pleased we still have this event in our region. It does bring a lot of people through, and I also think that Jackie has really broadened the scope to bring more flax roots events in. So I think it's actually quite nice how it's shifted and it's dynamic, and I'm pleased to support it to continue, because I think it's really important, as Corey said, to offer that opportunity for highlighting and reflect and stuff. I don't know whether we should consider that on that. As you said, Madam Chair, I might want to consider that. What do you say?
Entirely up to you. I mean, if you want to see continuity of things, it certainly has been scaled back in an hour to see.
Yeah, well, maybe we should offer her $12,000 to make sure that she can succeed, because she puts a lot of energy and effort into it.
Looking at the number of events in a period of time.
It's a very modest amount that we're giving her.
Huge amount of events.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you okay with that, Corey? To give $12,000?
Probably 12 and a half.
12 and a half, yeah.
Just sense we don't deal with.
Oh, that's it.
So both Corey and Secretary Jane, any more discussion around this? Against? It's carried. Right, moving on to yeah, stones.
Should we give them sign?
12 and a half. So Tyler and Anne's statement. The next one is for the sum of $10,000, and this is to Kitty Kitty Scout Group and cost towards replacement of the Scout Den roof. Do I have a mover for this one? Thank you, Jane. It's on the table. Second. Joe, thank you. Jane?
Yeah, so we got to see some photos of the outside, but the photos on the block of the roof, it's pretty much done. So we had some, who was the owners and all of that. And, yeah, it's a start to get some seed to get it going. And yeah, they might not need the wham bam gold plated, but get them along the way to get something happening on the roof. I do know that it may also be a civil defence backup building as well. So it's a pretty important building in the community. It's not just Scouts and the other groups use it.
Yeah, correct. It was, I did question that when I spoke to him on the phone. It's not currently used for civil defence, but if there didn't leak, it would definitely, even if it did, it would back up. At the moment, they're using the bypass facility. It's called, the church.
Oh, cornerstone there.
Anyway. They yeah, so in an emergency, I guess. It's on the other side of the bypass as well, so if there was a situation, it's the approach, on the other side. Definitely consider it.
Yeah, when I was reading this originally, I got a bit distracted by the ownership of it, because I don't want to cut across somebody's legal obligation to take care of an asset and stitch yourselves up for something that we're not liable for. But then when I heard the presentation, I was really impressed with the sort of sense of energy and their commitment to get the Scouts all going. And, I indicated I was a Girl Guide, so I kind of understand the value that these have in a community, encouraging young people to learn skills. And I think at the moment they can only seem to see just in front of them, like their vision is sort of eclipsed by the fact that they've got this pressing emergency to get the roof fixed. But I really want to encourage them to think a little bit more broadly about where they can take it, and possibly encourage more use of that hall, because that's how you become an integral part of a community, is that lots and lots of people are using it. It's not just for one purpose. But I also wonder whether we might be able to kick in a little bit more if we can possibly do that, because they've still got a lot of money to find. That would be really hard for them to find. If you're considering roles, certainly up to you as mover. Yes, I would propose that we maybe take a little bit roles for it.
Would you like to put a figure on that?
Yeah.
What's the amount?
30.
Well, maybe we take it as 10. Yeah, let's take it to the basic. Let's take it to the basic. The 13,460. No cents. That'll give them a roof, and they don't have to go anywhere else to find that money.
Janus Mover,
Yeah. I just back on the, yeah, I must be over 40 years old, that building, because 40 years ago I was there as a cub. So I don't know if that'd be
Pillars of our community.
Yeah, just what we do.
Confession time.
Yeah, didn't do
Next discussion. So I'm going to put $30,460 for the re-roofing of the Scout license. Against, let's carry. Right, the next one we have is $15,000 from the grant account of Russell Community Te Ako Trust for cost towards beach access erosion mitigation. Do I have a mover? I thank you. Seconder? Staged placemaking of.
So I think it's a very well considered application, and that there's a track record of doing some great work with that group. My only reservation, but I think in the end we just have to be practical about it, is that it feels like it's not a community board grant funding situation. It's more of a capital works or because I've got some questions around who eventually pays for all of that type of erosion control around the region. There's a lot of it, and I know that we never believe that we ever set precedents when we prove it. But I've just got some question marks around it. But I'm happy to support it, because at the end of the day, it looks like it needs doing now. You could out around for a long time trying to find a better home for it. and they just need to get that work done, otherwise it's going to be devastating to the community and the heritage values and the tourism and everything like that. So yeah, I'm just trying to put a practical hat on it.
Yeah, very similar concerns, I suppose, to Joe. You know, is this us? But also it needs to be done right. So if not us, then who? I don't know if there's any input that comes before. If we were to fund this, would this, go? Would council pick this up anytime soon, if at all, or if anyone else in the room is out after it? Yeah. Time frame, best case scenario would still be
3 years at least. But I don't get really concerned that council is not responsible for erosion.
Right.
That's not actually. I'm sorry, I can't hear you because we're saying that councils are responsible for erosion. And you could press it on seat.
So with this particular situation on the Russell Council invited to those site visit, and I'm aware of people who've been on that, some of this erosion was not due to the natural runoff, the natural course of water. It was our storm water from our buildings, and hence with the placemaking projects, this was identified in stage 1 early in the piece that historic canon, in fact, was from our downpipes running the storm water, and that was remedied quite quickly. Then opened up a can of worms to look at our water runoff and our storm water, because we have a sewer road there and water runs easily across that. You don't get the so it wouldn't be setting a precedent. It's actually more of a responsibility on council to remedy that, and they did move quite quickly to remedy one of the main problems there. So it is afford to go into the ATP. It may not even make it through funding and could be waiting a long time. And the road is right on the foreshore there. This is where our Frisco dining, and it's a historic precinct. I think we have the responsibility as well as Kaitiaki to actually deal with problems that we know are created from our assets and the operational side of things. Council report.
Madam Chair, I'm not intimately familiar with enough with the design solution details to offer your educated opinion. I just remain uncomfortable that this is being asked for out of community board funds. If council infrastructure had contributed to this outcome, it should be being paid for by council funds. And whether that's from an infrastructure budget such as Subtitles, or whether it's a roading budget, whose budget, I don't know. I do know that historically when we've had funding applications come to us for short offences, the prevailing scientific school of thought, and I'm really not qualified to offer this opinion, so I treat it with a grain of salt, but the prevailing school of opinion that elected members get is every time you do something to shore up the coastal wave action at one point, you transfer it to another point. And in doing so, you open yourself up to potential liability. Something that you've done creates a problem for somebody else. So if this is just a matter of protecting the cannon from further falling into the foreshore, it's probably not significant. But if it's more than that, it might be significant. Just uncomfortable.
I hear you.
Through the chair, just for reference to the climate team within planning and strategy, there is a proposed a project around devotion. So it's a multi-year project. That's all they can provide. It's to be investigated in relationship to this particular investigation.
What's picked up from Mike's presentation, that this is part of stage 2 of the foreshore placement project scheme. I think the other thing we need to acknowledge with this group and the work that they do as Kaitiaki in Russell in general, that they did win a national local government conference last year, the year before, for their wharf recycling project. And I don't think we should, I think we should look at these groups and what they do within the community. They already are working on coastal plans and coastal erosion, and they use their income from the casual birds that they receive towards community, input back into the community and towards community projects. So I think he said it would be a third of the funding, is that correct, if we were to grant them this money today? So we're able to continue the work.
Chair, can I'm not on the phone, but I would ask her to have an intimate knowledge of what's being proposed. Are you satisfied that the appropriate consents and permissions are in place at the proper engineering? The staff advice and guys, it's resist that immunity. And I do appreciate.
Well, I could just put yourself in Southern Partnership with Parks for looking up. So they are conservation projects.
I think for your own protections, you need to be satisfied. That's all. It's got nothing to do with the merits of the group of merits.
Yeah, if I can just add to my further comments, Madam Chair, I have some reservations, and I share some of Councillor Court's reservations. I think what's moving me towards supporting it, though, is the continuation of the previous piece of work that we've already, and I've seen the work there, I've been there, and so it's a continuation of that project, and I think that's important that we branded that or clarify that. And secondly, we could go around trying to find the bucket of money that it should come out of, and we'd end up going round and round in circles when it feels like, and I've seen it, that the need is really immediate. And we don't want to lose the cannon and we don't want to lose the road. So it feels like we can do something immediately. There is a longer term question around where does future work come from? How does it get into the LTP? What about all of the rest of that type of problem along our communities? Just so happens that Russell is right on the edge where it was actually built, and it's impacting them immediately. So I'm balancing up practicalities and getting something done for the community now so they don't lose something important with what's the right place for this and the right way to go about it. And slightly practicality in my mind is slightly balancing the win at the moment.
Yes, I feel if we have the ability to apply to council for retroactive funding back into the board fund, community grant fund.
It doesn't feel like it sits here. It doesn't feel like it really sits here as a generic type of project, but given what I just said, I feel like, yeah, I can support.
And there's some collaboration.
Yeah.
Yes. For sure work. So.
So just back to the Kevin, that's all fixed things.
That has been remedied at the moment.
But the piece I think is sitting between the cannon and another bit that's been fixed. It's sitting, it's the two.
Nuisance time for our meeting, the time with nature, in the foreshore of Colorado, right, still vote. We get $15,000, moved Joe, seconded Tyler, towards Colorado Russell Community Walk Kaitiaki Trust, will cost towards beach access erosion mitigation, bearing in mind if they were successful in obtaining funding elsewhere, they said they would return this to that fund. I'm going to put that to the vote. There's a support rating there. Against, it's carried. Right, moving on.
Thanks, Jane. Did you grant it? Yes, we did.
This was to approve the sum of $3,000. Let's just see what they've asked for. It's $3,440. Currently paying rides for Hospital St John's attendance at the Piri Tournament 2026. Nothing to say about this other than it's a fabulous collaborative community event, and I think we should. I think should invest in the marquees. I've
got one in my shed. But wasn't it for the Piri? Because they've all got the different maraes, and one of them arrived for the Piri. And the whole idea was that they should move the marquee around. So maybe that's why they're not asking for a marquee. Because we bought one already.
Second of Tyler.
This follow up from what Corey said during their presentation. You know, how can we say no to this? more to
Feels like this. I was probably putting it more than some of the others and posting it so quickly. So good on them.
Yes, nice of these communities come together, and particularly sport unites so many people.
If I'm going to speak, I'd encourage, because it's a big rugby event. It was, I can give the counts because you speak about it, was a ice rugby player in the day, walked into the changing rooms and sitting in there, although he used to play for the Kings, so he got the teams to cite Kiwi players, All Blacks. Yeah, and it's been a struggle for a few years. Yeah, we used to help hold them at every July, but it became way too costly, and we had one massive storm in Tonight, tonight. Yeah, we had a BMW and half the bridge going to look at. Wow, so it's evolved over the years, but yeah,
Okay, to the vote, $3,440. All those in support? Against? Carried. Next one, we have 4,615.
Madam Chair, could we ask where we're up to with the tally, please?
You've currently granted 31,205. Currently 68,164. We have 31,205 remaining. If you grant over what has been recommended, you still have $5,695 recommended or allocated. So you can. So we're okay.
Yeah, just that.
Sorry, can I just clarify, did that include Mardi Gras?
I just think that to lie on the table.
So, because that could come back next month.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is 4,615. Grant fund to Ngāti Kutiki to Rāpiti Charitable Trust for cost towards marquee and printing at Te Rāpiti Rangamathariki Celebration 2026. Right, do I have a second? Just acknowledging they're coming together again of the community out east to do. This was their inaugural, right? So I feel that we should support it and help them get it off the ground, see how it goes. They continue to move forward. Running this month, Reiki is getting quite big. It's replacing a lot of other events as far as focal point and I guess people's personal.
It's the Christmas period.
Yeah, it's sort of almost shifting our thought about Christmas parades and events as we move toward celebrating what is seen as perhaps in Northern particular as our New Year Christmas celebration, life and new beginnings. So I won't labour this. I just am in support, and I'm not in support of paying for the kai. As I pointed out, but definitely marquee hire and printing to enable them to market and also fund schools. So Jane and you second.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think the request for the kai was actually for mutton birds and it was an amount of $500. So I am just wondering whether we could give them a little bit more, given that we've got a little bit more funding. We've cut it back quite a bit.
We've taken these, sorry, they asked for 7,543 and the recommendation is 2,615.
The reason for my request is, as Speaker alluded to, the communities of Land Bay and Ngātaonga are effectively cut off. There's a massive landslip and they are unable to actually get out of their homes. And so being able to invite them to Rāpiti for this occasion, I think would be really a very important opportunity for them. So I'm just wondering if we could give them, say, $6,000 on. That's not covering mutton birds, I think $1,000 we got yourself for 500 towards it. So I think it will be a really important event in this community this year.
As we were, I'm happy to second $6,000.
Can we afford that, Councillor?
Is further discussion, support for the amendment?
Yeah, well, I could speak to the button bits. No.
Stewart Island.
Well, that's it. That is my point. Is for people that don't understand. Like, so we have a native button bird up here. No, I don't like to share it because we're plenty up here in space. And the reason why we had to put a rahui on is because we had outsiders coming to dig up the nests. Hence we had to put one on. Anyway, but our birds up here are reti. Like I'll say reti because they're small. And this is coming out of frustration as someone that had to pluck them as a young child. Yeah. But what I'm saying is the birds are really small because we harvest the juveniles. We used to harvest the juveniles. The ones that they're put in for, they come from the South Island and they're only specific to those islands down there, and you have to be at the centre to be able to harvest them. So it's really tricky to get them up. My wife pays stupid amounts of money on mutton birds.
I don't know what the pressure down.
Yeah, I can't complain. Yeah, but just to understand that just the work that goes into it. If you're lucky enough to get them up, yeah. What I'm saying is, if you're lucky to get a chance to actually consume one, it's there's a whole, I could talk for hours about it because the only birds that fly out, they feed on the water, and they only nest when they come in. So so there's if you get a chance to consume them, it's a really acquired taste, and it takes a lot to. As someone that had to process them as a kid.
Well, the supporting application document said something about going on the list for a bucket of mutton birds. Like it wasn't even that they were going to necessarily get.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, it's a real delicacy. Yeah. Kai, it's a delicacy. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay. I didn't know we had them up here. Talk to you later. Okay. Today's lessons. Interesting. $6,000. Move my thoughts here for Jane. Any further discussion on it? No. Against. Carried. Okay, moving on. We have $3,000 for Screen North Limited. Cost towards Bay Islands Whangaroa Regional Screen Development Support. Do I have them? I have the twins. Yeah, I've got Joe and Jane. Yeah. Joe, $3,000.
Yeah, I went from being a bit sceptical about this and not really understanding what the application was, but then through the presentation and understanding the absolute potential that we could unlock through what is a really small amount of money, it feels like, why would you not do that? Like, if we don't have those sorts of services here, and that's what the film industry requires, then we should get our share of that action. And and there's a future funding model that she's got in mind. I was also secondly a little bit worried about how this was going to keep on going into the future, but she was able to answer that question satisfactorily. So I feel like we need to get Northland or the far north on that back for this.
Thank you, Jane.
Yes, Madam Chair. I mean, I know the people involved. I know all the people involved. These are highly respected individuals, but some really skilled people who are putting their necks forward to actually do something. They don't have to, but they see a need, and it's a need that I saw firsthand when that Jason Beaumont film fell apart. And the cultural knowledge that these bring will make it much easier. It's a very similar saying. And we're already starting to see, we had the police cop thing filmed in Kororaraka and Pioneer. We've seen a couple more come through. We have an amazing backdrop to so many movies. So this is a small price to contribute to something that I think could be really special to all communities.
Okay.
No, total. And I say that because we had a couple of my cousins work in the TV and film industry, and we had one movie that was filmed in Florida, and just watching the but there were not only the opportunity for foot traffic to come in, we became a hotspot for a little while, so the businesses sort of boomed, but also ACOM, and also the job opportunities, so security, transport, food. So it's an industry. She's basically saying that she wants to come in and support industry. The fact that they're attached with succession planning, so having some cadets come in is right up my alley, especially with opportunities for the young ones, but in good exposure. And because I'm an artist, you know, it enforces the arts as well as the beauty that we have to share up here in Tottenham. So it's also great. Sorry.
Para Hanoi's will be listening to this, and I'm sure she would share in his when it comes to youth and offering opportunities and careers that we're bringing it to us rather than us having to go out there. This an opportunity that we're not afforded very often.
I think through the chair, sorry, if this was an event that had potential to bring this kind of economic benefit to the area of $3,000, I think, you know, it wouldn't be questioned, right? So I think there's a real opportunity for massive gains for not a huge amount spent.
Discussion on the to vote. Move Joe, seconded Jane, $3,000 for screen. Support against carried.
Yes.
It's fun. Yes. Next one is $4,645 to Te towards 2026. Jane?
Well, we've been talking about where the cost is going. We've held a lot of wine in our area for a long time, but the hope up in all the we've got the offering to the family in the past is something new. And this is talking about not new, sorry. It's an old practice that we're sort of rejuvenating in this application specifically. So where Pēpea Bay is, there's a lot of architecture. Well, there's some old bones archaeological stuff there that's really historic. It's actually, what I hear is now being heard all around the world because the artifacts that we found are so old. So the space itself is really significant to our whānau home. And I say our whānau because this event is going to have we had 17, some of us say we've got 18 more in our area, so all the Moai will be in attendance, and our kura will be there as well, not just our full coverage, but primary schools will be engaged. I know there's lead up to performances that will be happening there on the night. But yeah, like I said, pretty straightforward. It's the application is for itself, and I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there regardless of whether we get the hit from council. So beautiful event.
Yeah, pretty much that. But just, the involvement of the schools, and they've already got looking up for 200, and it's going to be a big event. It's a lot of people for this event. It's good. Thank you.
To the vote, $4,645. It's carried. We move on to the next one, $5,000 for the Tudor Centre for Cost Towards Kitchen Chaos School Holiday Show and Workshop. Do I have a second one? The chair, you still have $4,310 to surplus. Yeah. So surplus twice.
Not surplus, but you could run 45706. There are 614.
Yeah.
That's one come up with number
6146. Happy to consider what. Who is second?
Channeling.
Pardon?
I'm channeling Lane.
Oh, yes. Doing the beds on the seats. At the moment, we're looking at 5,000. I don't have anything to say about this. It's for kids. It sounds kind of fun and it sounds really messy. And I won't be going there, so I'm not confident. And
just drop them off.
I'll just say what to do.
Yeah, no, I only to add, it sounds like a perfect community event that lots of kids can, enjoy, and hopefully we can make it more accessible to kids by offering this community grant. So yeah, full amount.
No, they did ask for 6,146.
I'm happy to keep it at the front.
Any discussion? To invite them $5,000 towards the kitchen chaos, the Rhino show, and workshop. Let's carry it. Okay. I will read the Mardi Gras live for the moment. Making it to it. The next one is the $5,000 for the Tuna Centre towards Take Kuri, the dog tax rebellion. Jane, thank you. September. Stay. Rave about how big it is. Everyone should cry. But I'm happy to.
Madam Chair, I'm quite happy to play the full amount, 5,706. I think it's past. I think the parsimony is missing off $76. That's just me. I heard this story many years ago when I was being taught by Barnacle Henry. I remember this story from those days, and it's a fascinating story. And as you've seen the exhibition, it is well worth having it put on. So I'm pleased to support something that's really unique in this way.
Joe, is it about?
Yeah, no, it sounds fascinating, and the fact that it's locally based as well gives it extra resonance. I think my only concern was related to putting money into unproven productions, because we don't have a success rate of them going anywhere. And I was curious about it. When you've got an unproven production and you're going for the hell for leather kind of outcome where there's you're expecting a large number of people to turn up, you can inadvertently actually kill a production that way by not allowing it to make its way up through smaller venues, and then you get a following and they workshop it and it gets better and stronger. I was a little bit comforted by Jerry talking about the amount of workshopping they've done on it, which is always really important for the new production. So that gives me extra confidence, and I clearly want to support something that's local and that talks to our local history here. So that's a way. Yeah. So it's a yes, but I just want to share with you my initial was because I will come back to those arguments with other productions, like it's unproven and it has we're the first time we're showing it.
Yeah, I like Jerry's contingency plan. Basically, if he doesn't get the first 120 in the door, to him to do a second, and then potentially effectively scale down the numbers.
Yes, I think that's exactly exactly. Yes.
$20, I think people will buy the ticket.
Yeah, which is good.
And reacting to some people, and I'm sure Jerry will take on board my comments and contact us to make something more out of it, or have some sort of exhibition here saving money.
Try it with the finance district councils on registration people.
One could comment how things might not have changed, but I won't. I will abstain from this and go to the show, and I'll put it to a vote of $5,706. Yes, carried. Then we have $3,250. SPCA asked for $5,000. 3,200 was actually more than 50%. I wasn't quite sure of the recommendation, Catherine. Half of 5,000 is 2,500. Your recommendation was
There's also money that you had available because on top of that, you still have a capacity to 10.
So, potentially, yes, 50% just to 2,000. Just putting it out there, the Royal New Zealand Society of Refugees and Institute of Animals Incorporated SPCA, depositories and replacement shipping container storage. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Joe. Next on the table.
Cost me 6,000 something.
I'm actually not in support of this particular application. I have a number of concerns on a number of areas. One, it's in a prime location, and having a shipping container at the front on the main street looks really bad. I don't think that's the sort of thing that we want to be encouraging to continue. Secondly, if they do own the land, which they appear to, I think they need to be doing a little bit more considered asset management and looking at what their requirements are and how they develop that, and what they do with that land in order to be able to live within their means and provide the services they want to provide. So I don't see it as the community's problem to solve their rusting container issue.
I agree with Joe. I think it's almost a little cheeky coming here and asking us for money. I mean, they've got 126 million bank in now, and they've got a rusty container on their own property that they're seeking the community to sort out. I just don't necessarily see that as the
to speak against anyone who would speak in support of the application. Vote. All those in support of the $3,250 for the SPCA raise your hand. So that is lost.
Can I just clarify, did you grant
5706 to Subtitles?
My apologies, I just had 57.
So I'm now going to go back consideration to item K, which is the inaugural proposed Mardi Gras 2027. Recommended to lie on the table. This is a little bit in and out because they do need quite a lead-in time frame to actually obtain some seed funding to see whether or not they can get out there to make this a hugely successful event, to get some external funding and get everyone on board to get. It's always hard with an inaugural one. You don't know how it's going to go. Mardi Gras, New Orleans, dare I say that name? So I'm just, what balance have we got, Catherine? $3,550.
$3,500. Chair, so the annual plans have been adopted yet, so your funding has been indicated that it's confirmed for the new financial year. You could make a two-part resolution if you chose to, granting the funding that you have, if as a board that's what you would like to do, and an additional sum from the new financial year if that funding is confirmed to the plan. That would be totally up to you. That's not the best way to go about it. Thank you for that.
I think it might be cleaner to consider granting the $3,550 and they can come back to the balance of the new financial year. That's what's complicated.
And leave time times, Madam Chair, in 1 year. Is there anything prohibited in the policy? Because they won't have done a report.
Yes.
Is there anything in the policy that prevents them from doing that because they won't have done a report?
Because the event is not and also they have how many months to be in the report? It's supposed to be within 2 months of the doesn't happen anyway. I'm going to move that our balance of funds to kickstart whatever process is for them for the Mardi Gras 2027 festival of $3,550 goes to the Turner Centre towards the Mardi Gras festival in 2020. I will move. Do I accept it? Any discuss further? But I really want to allocate it to something specific. We could do that as well. So 3,558, we get straight to 3,502 items, which is that art and event and sound and lights. Quite happy to run with our size from the sheet today. Thanks for that. Yep. You can tag it, second wash. Yeah. 28. Just cost some more. So, if you want to tag it, I'm happy to consider tagging on to this. So that I'm comfortable with 3,500.
We don't need to.
Okay. Dana seconded.
Yeah, it looks exciting. And start like talk about something in town and more kids in behind. Yeah, it's kind of like Cruise of Age, you know, it's quite Americanized, but huge following. And I see this sort of getting that sort of same following. So something different. I know a lot of people already asking me when the street party is and where is it, and yeah, so it's something.
Further discussion?
I think it's going to be vibrant, great and wonderful. And Jerry will do a great job, he always does, and the team here at the Turner Centre of delivering an event like that. And I love the fact that we recognise and celebrate all the diversity that's in our town. I always just love it when we Kiwiise something that comes from another country, because that's what immigrants do. When they come to a country, they bring their culture to that country, but then they adapt to the existing culture. And so I always like to see, it's like Kiwiise version of something.
There is nothing more Kiwi than the art and the brass band.
Yes,
Trust
and
me.
that's great. Yeah, yeah, they are awesome. Yeah.
Almost, you look like you want to speak. Okay. No further discussion. Okay, a bit of enthusiasm there for another inaugural event in the Bay.
We've got the curry tax, we've got the New Orleans and the kids show. I mean, what a diversity.
Yeah.
Well, look, sorry, like Jerry said, the own community. It's a good the community to get together. Music's the platform that music.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Small ice too, so it'll go on. Yeah. Okay, so we've got $3,550. Leave myself second of day, boys in support. Next. So that wraps up the applications. I don't think I've got serious in it. I'll move on to option 7.6, the project funding reports. That the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board local project reports received. Angels, Fab Islands Creative Charitable Trust, Fab Islands Jazz and Blues Festival, Islands Christmas, Cruising the Bays, Friends of Northland Arts, Friends of Northland Arts, the Kitty Street Party, Kaio Bowling Club, Tamariki o Ngāti Hane, Ruapika Pika 180th, Waikaho in District School 150th, Russell Bowling Club, Te Mana o Ngāpuri, the Centre, Diwali, the Centre, and Total North Port Kitchen upgrade. And I note that that has yet to be completed, so there is some missing information in that return. I will move. Do I have a second one? Thank you, Jane. I did type on page 80, which was 1925 when their funding was approved.
Yeah, that was in the fall. That was in the fall, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It pops up now and then, but anyway, I did put a smiley face next to it, seeing as I wasn't born. I did note the Vale Island Sailing Week. I thought that it wasn't not I'm looking for acknowledgement from the community. We discussed this over and over again. I don't know if you want to call me Jane.
Well, Nancy Henry wasn't particularly good. No, they didn't really. I mean, I've got a copy of the brochure.
So I guess we just need to I would like to note, because we constantly get annual applications from some of these groups, and Vale Island Sailing Week was not good acknowledgement, and Ngāti Hini was not, I couldn't find acknowledgement. It's proof of the acknowledgement. It's not saying we just said this or announced this over the speaker. I think we'd like to see how we're acknowledged, particularly for substantial amounts of money. Those were the two that stood out to me too, Jane. So any other comments on there? Joe, I'm not sure if you wanted to comment. We picked up on two of the funding reports that did not have good acknowledgement to the board. Ngāti Hini one for Peka and but that was actually, yes, we didn't have time to acknowledge us, but that was the one of the report came in basically the month that the festival were doing, so that the communication was going to happen, which was in our very poor board planning time.
And it's quite a chunk of money that we put to it because they've dipped out on funding from TPK, I think it was.
That's right.
Yeah. Like they have anticipated. So, you know, we put a lot of money to make that happen. I was there at a couple of the homes and I didn't hear a name. I didn't think at all. But I was disappointed.
I think, and I know Catherine does see the information out, which she does email our archive. Every minute, twice. I just would like to find a way of capturing how we note organisations and events that do not actually acknowledge renewable funding, or they refer to council or show council logo. I think I believe that when we're celebrating in our own right as a community board, we have our own logo, and there's no reason why people can't acknowledge.
Nothing that doesn't green. It's the logo.
Yes, it does. We are green. I think blue is blue, yellow, green.
No, red, yellow, green. We could be blue.
It could be. It's not blue, it's colours. Okay. Any further discussion around the report? Around the colour of our logo? Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'm going to put it to the vote. All those in support, against, it's carried. Chairperson members' report, page 137. Congratulations, team. 6 out of 7 members did some records. We need to discuss about, I will discuss about that at the next council meeting. Okay, I will take mine as read. I have a question. I've got the recommendation first that the Vale Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note that May 2026 members' reports from the Chair Belinda Ward, Deputy Chair Tyler Bander and members Joe Alexander, Dane Hawker, Jane Hindle and Roddy P. Henry.
I have a question. Oh, I'll speak a bit and then can I ask you?
You can.
Please. I'm interested on your meeting regarding mobile shop licenses charges, kind of how that all panned out, because obviously it's your number one item.
Awesome. Yes.
Curious, because we all are impacted by this.
Yes, so Stephen attended that with me and did on Council Street. And basically what's come out of this is the licence holder that the initial problem was created with, that particular licence has expired. So the licences are on hold at the moment until such time as we remedy it. I have got to the bottom of the fact that we all know that the mobile bylaws and policies are outdated. And now we have the road user bylaw, which has superseded the some of the legalities and the legalisations are a bit of a messy mix-up at the moment. So we have the opportunity, which arose through discussions over Cass Street, who actually had to do submit an amendment to the road user bylaw. It's been recommended to me that we do the same to remedy the exclusion areas of messages. So
did you discuss charges as well?
Fees and charges we touched on, yes. We were just discussing the outcome from the alfresco.
Because they're highly inevitable.
So that has gone through council process, and I didn't get support or traction around the room when it came to fees and charges. As you know, I don't get a vote of council. Yes, we did discuss, or I did put it to council that we felt that the way in which they were charged, and it was also discussed at the meeting that we should pick up on the likes of Thames Corridor what's charged by square meterage or area rather than tables and chairs, because we all know the sizes and shapes differ, and the area needs to be when people are seated, not when they're stacked up in a pile. So there's a lot of it's a mess. It's a mess. There's a lot of stuff within the alfresco licence areas. As we know, there's rubbish tins and chairs and dog bowls and umbrellas and all sorts of health and safety issues and trip hazards and things which appear to be covered, but they're really coincidental to happen. You're only relying on the insurance. So the road user bylaw. So the fees and charges are separately in schedule, and the road user bylaw is what's going to be bylaw. So we need to make an amendment to the board. I think we have a report coming through on the agenda for Russell. Where it is going to go, Jane will tell me what month, I think it's August, to cancel Cass Street. So we'll get that into to do any amendments so that it goes through Dan at the same time or as quickly as possible.
Because the fees and charges are really now.
It is, but until such time as we list the vote, council, but we can do a deputation to council. Sure what sort of action you could advise next and what's in process in that flow down to make sure you get council to look at change in the model of our alfresco dining fees and charges area. So
fees and charges are just coming to council as part of the end of June council meeting for final adoption. So there is still like the back of the debate, but it's probably part of the
it would probably be our window of opportunity perhaps to do a deputation to council on it.
Yeah, the June meeting could do it.
We'll June now.
Just bear in mind that until the fee and charges change about public consultation. And we have done that.
So yes,
I don't think there would be any time.
Not for this year, no, but for future years.
Future years, yeah, but I don't
As we say, the several years.
due to workload, I don't think there'd be time to do that again right now.
No, it isn't really seen a priority, but for us it's just ongoing. Okay.
Chair, I also have a question.
Yes.
Read a bit poetic license because you don't specifically mention that. But as you're aware, I've been trying to resolve the matter for the Williams Road part. And I was CC'd into an email today that we do not have any works, renewals or new work scheduled for the Western Wall. The workshop was originally planned to prioritise, but has been unable to be reached. Now I am paraphrasing. That is not my understanding. I just wanted to clarify with you what your understanding was, because I know the workshop for funds. So are you confident the board has workshop people?
What's the list? So I found the old list.
No. We do. We haven't workshopped podcasts or amenity lighting and prioritised. We haven't currently with this new board. So we have put that list, but it needs to be readdressed and reprioritised.
Sorry, I have a different recollection. We sat here and they were all put up on the screen.
Yeah.
And we had an extensive conversation. And that list has come back to the board for formal adoption. Okay. I will send you all a copy of an email that I've received today. And I would appreciate some feedback. Okay, I'll leave it at.
So you were referring to the previous boards that were top 10 or something.
Three choose and 3 pages.
We do it for 3 of training.
We did talk about it. Yeah. It was part of a conversation related to this just strategic priority.
Yes. But what we haven't workshopped in relation to the Williams Road footpath and here is I requested a list of renewals which I haven't received, and that at the time I considered to be a.
Yeah, I'll send you through the email. It seems to me that we've got a spanner in the works that I'm not sure there's an effective communication channel that they do council at an operation and vice versa. And I think things are dropping into the void.
Yeah, I agree, totally.
Oh yeah.
So we need to expedite them. So I will send that to you all now. I'll just do CC.
We did workshop footpaths earlier based on the previous board's priorities.
Yeah, this council staff member that presented had very incorrect information. It was old and it was out of date. It's factually incorrect.
There was no subsidies and everything's just sort of.
Yeah, she was basically saying, can you tell me if these footpaths will be done? This is the council staff member.
Anyway, we'll move on from that. Thank you, Councillor Paul, for doing on that. Really appreciate trying to progress that. It certainly is a major health and safety issue. Any more questions about the report?
I'm interested in how we fix the void.
Oh.
Okay. Right.
Just quickly, in terms of the footpaths, the transport team was agreed to move the budget to carry that over into the next financial year to be short for sufficient time. Looking at that list. To the chair to council court in regards to so in return, in respect to Williams Road, I think I've got a more up-to-date email I've got to share with that. They recognise that it is a safety issue, and if the board wish to prioritise that work to happen, they just need some direction in terms of appropriate allocation funding for the ones.
Okay. So the footpath budget, Stephen has just said, was being carried over.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I've got the same email because Hillary sent it to me. My concern is that the longer we procrastinate with Williams Road, the longer we're going to delay and we want to do the capital routes because this is going to be enormously disruptive. We want to do it in the least intrusive time of the year, which is right now. And the longer we delay for workshops and future meetings, we're going into the tourist season. Real, but they're all captured in the same Check your inbox.
Okay. Thanks for that. Councillor Hawke, work you do on that. Tyler, your report. Take that as read. I hope no one's fallen through the floor of my cup. That is not funny.
No.
Considering it's used mainly by dance groups, has it got cones, orange cones around the evening?
I wonder if one solution would be to launch a health and safety issue with Ian Wilson.
We've had a site visit.
Yeah, no, but launch it with Ian Wilson, the health and safety manager.
Maybe taking some steps forward. I believe they've got someone who will have a quote, put a quote in. So we're getting there.
Right, we're not showing huge degrees of confidence around the table, but anyway. Any more questions? Dan, moving on to yours. Questions for Dane? Thank you for taking on the
there's no staff equivalent that we were getting there, and it's just on hold on that. Same with the line, safety lines that were painted on the road, and then the road was dug up 2 weeks later. So they're still need to go back. And that was a next one. And just waiting on the drainage to see how that goes.
I can see where the problem is with the New World. Because the lines are like, if you go on the McDonald's, they painted the yellow lines before you get to the footpath. With McDonald's, the line is actually at the edge of the footpath. So it looks like the footpath goes there, and then it looks like you can drive right up there to the edge of the road. They need to move the lines to behind the footpath, because the footpath actually has right of way. Because when you're driving over a footpath technically, but it actually looks like because the lines are too far forward. It's really clear to me. I went and had a look at it the other day.
So
in the olden days.
The original placemaking, we had what we called things which were phantom placemaking projects, where somebody would go out in the middle of the night and problem.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just put it to the olden days. Oh, do you?
So just sowing that seed, how far placemaking has gone.
Good to know.
Thank you, Dan. Roddy is not here, so we'll take his report as read. And I just want to note that we all know there was an awful lot more that Roddy did. That was not his Joe?
I think the only thing I want to bring your attention to is that Saga, my dog, is making her inaugural appearance in the video that's been filmed to promote dog registration. So please watch and so that you can get you to work. And she's competing against another dog who was the dog of the other person was one of the dog protection officers' dogs in there as well. But the really cool thing about the new, when you register your dog, is you can subscribe to a service called Dog On, which has a number on it. And if you find a dog that looks like it's got no owner, you look at the serial number and you text it, and it will connect you to the owner. So you have to opt into it, but it's a free service that comes with it. Well, it automatically links you to the owner, and then you can communicate and work out how you pick up the dog or whatever. But yeah, cool idea, right? So yeah, but Saga's the primary vehicle of that. For my dog. Big pun? Sadly, but she completely upstages me. So.
Great work. Thanks, Joe. Any questions, Joe? No. Move on, Jane. Always love to see lines through your RFSs.
Yes. I do want to stress, well, Hilary and I were here, the poor town land above them. There's now kind of bad mouthing on Facebook about the council. on the various Facebook groups because of silence. Can I please encourage council, even if you can't do anything, to just keep talking to the people? The silence is really frustrating for my community. It's at the moment, I know it's capacity, but I mean, even a phone call to say, we're sorry we can't talk to you right now, but at the moment they haven't heard anything from anybody, and that's not okay. And I know roads have gone to UI paper roads, which is really crazy. Yeah, I know.
1/3 of April.
Yeah, I know.
So I think it was some time ago, first briefly occurred, both in comprehensive response and email back to the committee.
Yeah.
With detail everything on a thing.
Yeah.
So
but since then there's been a further slip with trees that all fallen down on the paper road. Okay, and the trees are now lodged.
Jane, can I just we have this discussion?
Yeah, sorry.
At lunch break.
Yeah. And can I just stress the importance of getting back to the customer?
It is an issue that is quite serious. Bearing in mind we acknowledge we don't own the land. It's community owned. But if we are impacting on the building or the activity or whatever, then that does definitely need to be looked at. So we've got staff here, we'll have a conversation and we'll keep it's on in your report and it will stay there until such time as it's resolved or you come to a RFS closure for whatever reason. So thank you for raising that.
Sorry.
I'm aware of the issue, but rather than have that let's talk now, we'll have to talk at lunch. Do you want to address anything else new that you want to do? The sports field? Yes, I have had some responses from that too in relation to the drainage when perhaps they did that. So the grant discussion also that page. I to the wrong lunch break. And the who's at Carver Trees, do you want to discuss that when we
have that at lunch as well? Lots of issues to discuss.
Will I be eating? Okay. There are some ongoing issues there in the report and that need to proceed or be resolved. Questions for Jane? Just thank you for your patience in pursuing some of these things because they're not easy cases. Others are, and I sympathise. Moving on, so let's get into the books. So move myself secretary again. See this report, suppose and support. Against, it's carried. Here we're on to our open resolution report. Are we allowed to do that after lunch? I was going to say, I'd just like to actually, if we have a short meeting.
I'm talking about it.
Oh, okay.
I need to eat.
Yeah. Excellent. So I'm just going to skip that and go into the.
Shall we get two that are not in the X and supplementary?
Yes, that's what I'm going to. Yeah. Right now, we've got a supplementary agenda in front of me, and we have Jay online who's been waiting patiently doing that.
Kia ora koutou. Shall I talk to the paper?
Your supplementary agenda, item 6, 6.1, Kororaraka, Russell Place engagement and funding for permanent changes to Cass Street and the Strand. Item 6.1. We have a recommendation here, but before I read it out, I will invite both Jay and Jane to speak to this. Jay, welcome.
Kia ora. Sorry, the hearing's a little bit tough. Would you like me to speak to the paper now?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Apologies that I am not there in person. I have had a cold this week and didn't really feel like sharing germs with you all. So what I'd like to do is quickly summarise the paper. but then I've got to talk to you about a correction that I need to make to some information in the paper, and then open for questions. So basically, the paper is seeking endorsement and approval from the board to continue progress towards completion of one of the placemaking outcomes for Kororareka Russell. That outcome is achieving permanent change to the roading environments of Cass Street and the Strand to enable the introduction of a shared space and an authorised vehicles only space. So specifically what I'm seeking through this paper is endorsement to engage with the community on the design plan for those permanent changes to Cass Street and the Strand, which is attachment 1 of the report. That design plan was developed in collaboration with community representatives from the Russell Roading Working Group, council staff, transport planner and so on. The other thing that we're seeking is allocation and carry forward of funding necessary to physically make those changes on Cass Street and the Strand. As I set out in the report, there are 2 existing funds that are allocated generally to Russell placemaking. So what we're seeking from the board is confirmation that those 2 funds can be specifically allocated to this particular work stream. And we're also seeking a new line of funding in the form of this year's Eastern Town Beautification Fund. And lastly, we're asking for a decision from the board on their preference between 2 options for the construction material of a raised entrance crossing, or table I should say, onto Cass Street from York Street. So when we worked with the Russell Roading Working Group, we identified the need for that and to signal a change of environment from York Street into Cass Street where the pedestrianisation activities occur. And the construction material that the Russell Roading Working Group have selected is London pavers, which is consistent with the aesthetic of Cass Street. However, our transport engineer has suggested an alternative construction material, which is tinted concrete, which is less expensive to install and to maintain. So we're putting that up to the community board for a decision. So, yeah, as I say, happy to take questions on the content in the report, but before we do that, the key thing I'd like to do is outline a notable correction that's needed to inform that paper. On attachment 2, which is I think page 16 of the separate cover, it sets out the cost estimates to achieve the physical changes to Cass Street and the Strand. So I need to make a correction to the cost estimates for the priority 2 outcomes, and I'll explain the why shortly. I'll also drop these figures into the chat just if it's easier to follow along. The report currently notes cost estimates for the priority 2 outcomes as simple carving of 16 bollards at $12,000, detailed carving of 2 bollards at $36,000, and Potama pattern staining at $4,000, which is a total value of $52,000 for the priority 2 outcomes. Just put those in the chat now. So the why of this, why we need to change this is because the Russell Roading Working Group endorsed the installation of 18 Totara bollards as part of the design plan. The intention for those Totara bollards, the majority of them will form a physical barrier between the footpath and the road carriageway outside the Russell Fresh building, because at the moment vehicles park with their noses almost touching that building and they block the footpath. So that's the main, that's the use of the majority of them. But then we've also got 4 set at the entrance to Cass Street, 2 which will be over height and have signage on them, and 2 which will seek to narrow traffic a bit to again reinforce that cars are moving into a different roading environment. So the working group endorsed the installation of those 18 Totara bollards, and then I understood that the working group was happy for one member of that working group to go away and get a carving design and cost to have those bollards carved. The working group have not voted one way or another on the carving design or cost estimate that has been obtained and is included in this my report. So the crux of it is this week some members have expressed a lack of support for the design and cost, and the fact that 2 of the bollards are now referred to as PO. They've also expressed a lack of support for PO being installed, as this was not agreed to at our last community meeting, working group meeting. So what I'm seeking to change is removal of the cost estimate for the detailed carving of 2 bollards, the $36,000 line item in the priority 2 list, and increase the number of bollards to be simply carved to 18, which revises down total priority 2 cost estimates from $52,000 to $17,500. I suppose the key thing to note out of all of this is that this change to revise down the total cost estimates for the priority 2 outcomes doesn't actually affect the total value of the funding that we're seeking in this paper of approximately $113,000, because the majority of that figure is needed to implement the priority 1 outcomes. And whether this board decides to go with the more expensive option of London pavers for the raised entrance or the cheaper option of tinted concrete, we're talking about a value of either 108,000 odd or 98,000 odd to achieve all of the priority 1 outcomes. So that doesn't actually leave us a whole lot of funds left to spend on priority 2, anywhere between $5,000 and $15,000, which is still slightly less than my revised total cost estimate for priority 2. Just put that in there as well. So a little or probably a lot to digest. To sum it all up, I suppose, even taking out the cost estimate for the 2 intricately carved bollards, we still require all of the funding being sought to achieve everything else that remains in our cost estimates as reported in the paper.
Thank you, Jay. Jane, did you want to add anything? I think it's a pretty thorough summary.
Yeah, that's pretty thorough. When I read the report, I canvassed members of the working group to see whether they had a strong preference for the London brick or whether they were comfortable with the grey concrete. And I noted that if we went with the cheaper option, it would give us probably sufficient funds to do the plate armour and the simple bollards, or at least a chunk of them. Unfortunately, only 3 people actually gave me an answer to the question I asked. And all of those 3 people were really in favour of the London brick. It was $7,000 for the 2. I also spoke to Chair Ward and asked about brick and have had a look at other bricks to see whether there are concerns. But I noted also we have London brick across the road opposite, and that's been there for over 20 years. So it doesn't seem to be too much of a problem in Russell or Raraka anyway. So I thought rather than making the board try and make a decision, I thought perhaps if we removed item A from the recommendation, would that work, Jay? And then just say that the decision on that would be deferred to another one until the consultation is there. Is that a major point?
Can you just say that last bit again, Jane, because I couldn't quite hear. So remove A and do it under consultation.
The pressing urgency is to ensure that we've allocated the funding that we're proposing to allocate. The decision on whether we go concrete or London brick is not required today. And given that, there was a bit of a storm in a teacup, there were 3 members who expressed quite strong preference for London brick. There were a few others with all sorts of other options. So maybe if we just take it out of the recommendation, then we're not bound by something. And we have a follow-up meeting with the roading working group and maybe the roading engineers, thrash it out once for all, noting that if we go with the London brick, we will have very limited funds for the carved simple bollards, but we should have enough to do the plate armour. That's my recommendation. Item A off.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Through that consultation process.
And then put it in the consultation process.
Yeah.
Well, it's crucial. So the heritage amenity, heritage needs that if you put concrete in, it needs to match the others, the pavement. But there is definitely a strong preference in the community for London brick, because it matches what's already there.
And the maintenance side of it really is
it's not a high use area.
It's a tricky one because it depends on the use of the area and the location of the area, how open it is to the elements. Across the ditch, we have huge problems with brick and cobblestone.
But we have an architect on the project team and said if they're installed well, there shouldn't be any issue. So I think if we just take it out of the recommendation, we don't need to.
You don't want any acknowledgement to it at all? Or?
I would just remove it and just note that we will be making a decision, but both options are within the budget that is being requested.
So I'll remove it. So B will become A. Just change the word here. So we'll just remove.
Is that okay, Jay? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that because the process from here is for us to take the final draft design plan out for engagement with the community, get their feedback, and then come back to the board in August, all going well, and say this is where we've landed, where we've brought on board the community feedback. And so there's another opportunity to discuss that topic at that point. And as you say, Jane, the funding, the difference in costs isn't material really in the scheme of this paper.
Thanks for that, Jane. Happy with that, Jane? Yeah. Any questions from board members for Jane? She's done a very thorough job on this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving us time.
You're welcome.
Okay. I'm going to put this recommendation to the vote. We're going to remove A. And so we're going to approve the final draft design plan, being consistent with recommendation A. So we have to come out. To alter that order of B, J.
Yeah.
J. So we will remove consistent with recommendation A of that. Approves the final draft design plan for Cass Street and the strand attachment 1 is taken out for engagement. Do we need to amend that? No? Quite happy with the wording of B, which will become A?
Yep. Taking out the with consistent with recommendation A above bit. Yeah, happy with that.
And approve spending $14,150.08. Those are 8 cents. On the remaining placemaking fund and $42,157 of the 2024-2025 Eastern Town Beautification Fund, both currently allocated for placemaking in Colorado Russell, to implement the final design for Cass Street in the Strand. And then C, allocates $57,500 of the current Eastern Town Beautification Fund to implement the final design for Cass Street and the Strand. And D, recommends to Council the carry forward of Eastern Town Beautification Funds referred to in systems in B and C above to the next financial year. Do I have a move up? Thank you, Jane. Seconder? Yeah. Thank you, Joe. I don't think we need any further discussion around that. No? Okay. Put that to the vote. Against? That's carried. And now we are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is here.
Thank you for your patience. Those of you who are watching us online, we have a very big agenda on the supplementary and a public exclusion today, so thank you for your patience. I'm moving back to item 7.5. We have item K on the table for the Turner Centre. We put funding of $3,550 towards the Mardi Gras Festival for next year from our community grant fund. I'd just like to revisit that, understanding the order's 23.5. We made a miscalculation in our funding balance and we have an additional $3,304. So I would like to, as that we actually move $6,854 for the Mardi Gras Festival, rather than in lieu of the $3,550. So that would now be $6,854 as mover, and that is the balance of our funds for this financial year from our community grant fund and our private place fund. I have Dane as seconder, who in agreement with that. I will put that to the board, that the balance of funds go toward the application for the Mardi Gras Festival for next year. All those in support? Against? So that's carried. Sorry, Tyler abstained and Councillor Ford abstained.
Through you, the Chair, that was the resolution to alter the amount. Now we just need to revisit again, just for the confirmations.
Yeah. So all those in support of altering that recommendation? Sorry, if you can. That remains the same. Okay. All those in support? Against? Tyler abstained, Councillor Ford abstained, that's carried. Thank you. Sorry. It's all right. Let's take that before we were all trying to do maths along the way, so that's fine. Thank you. Right, moving on, we'll go back to our agenda proper. Item 7.9, Taupo Bay Steps. This was circulated under a separate cover because it was a late item, a supplementary agenda, I should say. So we have a recommendation here that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board adopt the terms of reference for Taupo Steps. That should be Taupo Bay. I'm going to add the word here. Steps Encroachment Working Group. I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Joe. This is as a result of our previous meeting. The only thing I would like to point out to you. So we did a site visit. We said we would do a site visit as board members. Thank you for all going out of your way to take time to go and walk that beautiful beach. And I certainly was blessed to have, with a couple of others, to have a perfect sunny day and amazing surf. The only thing I would like to point out in the body of the report here is that we did agree with the working party group would include a Northern Regional Council staff member. Following that site visit and the joint efforts with DOC and Regional Council, you will note that we have actually put in the report on the bottom of page 22 that that particular member on the working group would be one Northern Regional Council or staff member or DOC staff member. So just would like to note that that's an addition, and that's purely a practical, sensible addition because we have a lot of DOC and staff members up here who can actually be present or do site visits or work, and also Northern Regional Council staff may not be as available for the working party group, particularly if we're going to be meeting on site or on Teams with their day job. So that's the only change there in the body of the report. If anybody has any issues with that, feel free to come back to me. Jane.
I just noted that it's a council standing orders and elected member code of conduct applies to all meetings. I just wondered whether we're a tad draconian for a working group. Perhaps there's another code of conduct that exists for workshops that might be suitable. I just, because standing orders are really quite repressive and not suitable to members of the public. Just wonder whether you would.
I see that as council speak. I think
this is meant to
standing orders can be suspended. There is flexibility there.
I have a little bit of experience with the working group of Cat Street, and so I think it's important that when working groups are involved, the council recognises that council speak doesn't necessarily create an atmosphere of conviviality and engagement, and sometimes it's important to kind of work with the community. And standing order said shiver down my spine.
And this is a community board delegation. I have confidence that the 3 community board members on the working group do see that.
Control. I can see that they need to control the meeting.
An over controlled situation at all. The very nature of the whenua that we're dealing with and the situation we're dealing with is casual and coastal. And I think, we're very much, that's our vibe, is working with communities and getting things done.
And a further question was, will the working group come up with what they see their outcomes to be? Because a report back doesn't say necessarily will there be a further updated terms of reference from the working group with input from those members?
So that is the intention. This is a very, very broad, basic terms of reference to move us along. Right. If we were to go to the working group, people haven't been identified yet. I haven't received any. I'm not sure whether staff has any names in the suggested working party group. 1 or 2 have come forward.
So with Cat Street, we first do their term. We identified who was going to be on the working group, and then we got the working group to actually confirm their terms of reference. So it just enabled a buy-in.
Yeah, well, given the time frame, and we said we would come back to our June meeting, we've only received 2 or 3 names of people that have been put forward to go on the working party group. So the next step, once we receive this recommendation, then we will definitely we'll have to go out and invite, because it's not that forthcoming. So in the community, and I think we've already received a Hapu Marae representative name. So now we need to get the other representatives, and then the working party group can meet. If they would like to amend the terms of reference, I don't have an issue with that, and I'm sure nobody else will do. I think these the terms of reference, it's really just part of the process as far as I'm concerned, and we just have to find the next steps to move forward. And if we were to wait to get people together and have a meeting and try and sort out terms of reference, which is, I think, what the original intent was, we would be another 2 or 3 months down the track, and that is not what the community wants, and we certainly want to move this along. So hopefully that's clear for those that are listening and watching, or all of you members in the room. Karahanui's online, but Corey and I, obviously without being named, are on that working group. Corey as the Whangaroa representative, and myself ex officio as chair, and Karahanui is my councillor appointed to our board. So we do have a couple of other names, and as soon as we have this recommendation, hopefully we'll have to follow up and invite those that haven't decided on who's going to represent them to make that decision within the community. Councillor Ford.
I'd just like some clarity on how that process is going to work. I have today received an email from the Taupo Bay Dog Owners Association, and they have some names here that they'd like to put forward. Billy Cloud Allen as our Marae rep, Mark Powell as our contractor rep, and Ivan Ashby as the Far North District Council rep, and Tony Davies as the Bay rep. So I am mindful that they are online and listening, so it would be very helpful if it was clear what is expected of them to formally get those names into the system.
Thank you, Ed. So this is the Taupo Bay
Dog Owners Association.
And Billy Cloud Allen is the only name that has been given to me to date. So That was Marae representative, is that correct? Is that what you did?
Yes, the email reads, the Taupo Bay Dog Owners Association would like to see Tony Davies as the Bay rep, Billy Cloud Allen as our Marae rep, Mark Powell as our contractor rep, Ivan Ashby as one of the Whanau District Council staff reps.
Madam Chair, just to note that Davies was in attendance earlier today and was the person who led the delegation for on behalf of the.
So Tony's the gentleman that did the deputations to us.
Was nominated by the on the
which none of us were at.
No, sorry, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that leaves, well, that's good because that means we can look at those positions. So we've just got outstanding NRC doc. So we've got the commercial operator as Mark Powell, correct? We've got the Marae representative. We've got the community representative who is Tony. That would be helpful for these to have come to me as chair or to staff to forward to me because I'm not sure how long, as I say, the only person who came forward was Billy Cloud when I was in Europe. So we've got one recommended District Council staff member, so we've got one position to fill there. We've got Corey Atama as the local subdivision representative out of Hanui.
It should say the final ex officio one should be community board chair, ex officio with community board back over the line.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well done. We will touch on that. It's not in the recommendation, it's in the body, it's in our previous one. We've got the commercial operation as well.
Yes, you want additional.
So we've just got one additional staff member and NRC or DOC to clarify. Okay. So that makes it, if the community has sorted out their representatives, then that makes it a lot easier for us. So we can get a formal list of those and the positions that they are representing. We're pretty well almost good to go fairly soon with the first working party group, and we will first address the terms of reference and in relation to the step encroachments and any amendments that they wish to bring forward as a result of that first meeting can be discussed and considered and come back to us if need be.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to forward this through to you, but you'll have to wait till I get home because my laptop's gone flat.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Really appreciate that. So, okay, so that solves that problem. I don't have to go out looking for all those representatives, and I'll talk with staff as to the other appropriate member who should be on the board there and follow up with NRC or DOC and or both. Cool. Any more discussion around that? So we can move this along. Aisha.
Madam Chair, it was the intent for standing orders not to apply, as I understand from this working party. So happy for the board would rather that these meetings do not operate under standing orders for that to be removed.
I don't have an issue with that.
Just think it's a bit draconian.
So when it comes to code of conduct, it's often not with the paper it's written on, and one would hope that everybody's going to work pleasantly and collaboratively together to resolve this issue for all parties. So happy to remove that. It's actually just in the paper with me, or is it in the terms of reference as well?
As on the terms of reference itself.
Sorry?
As on the table of reference.
Okay.
I can on a page 3. Page 3.
Okay, rules and procedures.
Yeah.
So you want to delete that altogether?
There wouldn't be any harm in leaving the code of conduct reference in there, but like we said, it's
a matter of courtesy. I think it's something people should accept, that any collaborative working group should conduct themselves broadly, in my view. But everybody shares those same sentiments. So we'll just remove standing orders. Rules and procedures, council's elected members' code of conduct apply at all or to all meetings.
So is this a draft? Because are we expecting them to have input on the terms of reference?
This is the basic terms of reference. We'll take it to the working group, and if they want to amend it,
They can do that. So should we adopt the terms of reference and recommendation? Or should we reword that?
I'm happy to adopt it. It's as basic as also happy. Sorry, would you like to have any input into that?
Yes. Well, at this point, that one could be.
Yeah. Any amendments will come back to you. Yeah. Happy to consider any amendments by the working party group.
I think my only comment on it, I mean, as you say, it's as basic as they comes in terms of reference. The key thing for me is what it's supposed to be focused on. And I think it's completely appropriate given the issues at the moment that it's focused on the infrastructure elements to that. But I would hope that not as part of this working group, but once they've resolved the access points issue, that it morphs into a broader community project related to erosion. But that's up to them. But given I turned up to that Coastal Conversations event at Taipa the other night and was absolutely gobsmacked by what I learned, and how current thinking around erosion control as dunes has just flipped on its head, and there's a whole bunch of really good thinking out there, and that the community could access wonderful resources from local hapu down at Waipa who have already been working on projects for the last 15 years, and also the Northern Regional Council and DOC. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that could be done there that should not be part of the terms of reference for this particular project because it's very focused, but would hope that the involvement of people in the local community dealing with this issue leads on to being thoughtful about the broader issue.
Definitely, I totally agree. I can see that, and this is something that hopefully will be born out of the working party.
Yes.
This issue is that the community will get together, form a group, and look at how to resolve a lot of the other issues. I have our head Parks and Reserves plant actually attended a meeting at Taipa, and she has this morning forwarded me her notes from that meeting, which I will circulate to you all. I haven't had a chance to read them, but very, very interesting, and I'm sure there's a lot that we can all learn from those as well. Fascinating. And information that we can also, pass on to the working party group for consideration, along with the work that local hub will do.
But understand that the need to keep this tightly focused.
Yes. This is it's about access and the steps.
Yeah, and one thing you could say is like make recommendations for a future community group to continue this work.
I don't want to preempt what we do.
No, it's up to them
I don't really need to leave that to them, but our focus is on the issue, steps, and looking at
public access.
Public access.
I'm just expressing a generalised.
Totally agree. And following our site visit, we certainly identified quite a number of issues other than steps.
Yes.
So,
and steps.
Yeah. Then moved by myself, seconded by Joe. The recommendation at the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board adopt the terms of reference for Taupo Bay Steps Encroachment Working Group. I moved, I seconded. All those in support? Against? It's carried. Now we move on to item, I should say, to item 8.1 in the main body of our agenda on page 150, which is our open resolution sheet.
Well, Madam Chair, just Can I say it before? Yeah, when you moved the Kororara to Russell Lake item, you referred to it as 6.1. We already have a 6.1 supplementary. You've fixed that. We can't have two 6.1 in the same meeting. Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. Through you, the chair, and the reports that were delivered to you, yes, that was a mistake on our part, and then reports that were again fixed and sent electronically was when fixed. They were already
cool. Sorry, I did say the original was 7.1. It should have been 7.8 and 7.9. I had two copies of it. Sure. Thank you for picking that up. That's all good. Thank you. Right, so moving to the open resolution sheet, that debate on Whangaroa Community Board received the debate on Whangaroa Community Open Resolution Sheet report. Do I have a favour? Oh, thank you. Second one. Okay, thank you. There's an enthusiasm bar. Right, first one, delegation of the Kirikiri domain. My comment is slow. Any other comments?
Oh, it's a good meeting. Great.
This is the delegation of the actual district-wide asset to the community board, but yes, it was agreed.
So that's a new group, is it domain advice? So it is, isn't it?
It's a new group, yeah. And it's great, it's representative of the whole wider community. And they don't want to run the domain, they just want to have input into the use of it and ensure that it's in line with the domain management plan and that the green open space is maintained. Okay, so we don't have anything to report on that. That's going through a process. Stephen and I are volunteers, but we're working on that. The Strand Colorado that's in progress. We hope that I never need to add.
The paper they have that paper.
Now the next one, the proposed sites for the replacement motorhome caravan dumpster. This caused us a little bit of concern at the last meeting, the fact that we felt that it's already in progress, and we did request that council, we thought we requested that council we supported the site but wanted them to go and look at alternative locations. In our resolution, it has not come out as that in the meeting.
This feels like the void that Councillor Court keeps on talking about, where our mouths are working and words are coming out.
So we did not capture that.
So you need to go back to the recording of the meeting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do?
I think we should. Because it's here as a resolution that gives them approval to proceed with the final design.
And we do not believe we provided that.
Absolutely, Tanya. I mean, it literally says that in our resolution. I don't recall.
Nobody recalls saying that.
That was 17th December. So I think we should go back to the.
We did support moving forward with the pressure from NZNCA with bikers. Yes, we agreed to, and we know that a site that is required in the area. However, I do not recall us actually saying that we supported this site.
I think we.
I'd be interested to know if we even have the right to do that if it's within the footprint of the Te Pua Waitangi Sports Hub that is now going to be controlled by the new board.
Well, there are constraints around the use of that site. Anyway, I think
I know, right? Yeah.
If I could shed some light on this. So I wasn't at this meeting, and I did touch base afterwards briefly with Jane and Tyler, and was confirmed that the board had endorsed Te Pua Waitangi, and I offered my commentary at the time, and then the minutes came through and the minutes were approved. So this is the position of the board. Yes. The board subsequently had a number of conversations that said you wanted to revisit that, but we never moved a motion to rescind this resolution. So this is the position that Jeanette England, the asset manager of district facility, is working to. So if the board has reservation you would need to move, you need to receive a paper and have a resolution to revoke that item.
Jeanette was on that. She was online, if I recall, for that meeting and that discussion. Below the resolution.
She came to the meeting.
Is she in the room?
Yeah.
Anyway, you're correct, Anne. We have this is the resolution, and the minutes were confirmed. Then that's our position. And is it a case of suck it up? I believe work has already been commenced on the actual site, the location for the site.
It's never too late, Madam Chair, and subsequent information came to the board that you did not know at the time.
Yeah.
For example, we were subsequently advised that the local hubber did not agree, and yet the board was told that they did. So I think you've got reasonable grounds to say, based on new evidence, that the board would like to reconsider its position. And I think the only thing you can do at this point would be to articulate that to the chief executive that you have concerns.
I think there's some questions asked around the consent of it too. My understanding of the consent of sports and recreation, and if that would actually affect the ability of there being this dumping station included.
That's correct. The resource consent is quite prescriptive as regard to the traffic movements.
Discussing that time. Traffic movements, state highway. Okay, I'm in your hands. What would you like to do with this?
I don't want to go ahead with the current, as Anne has corrected us. We've either mistakenly or, as you suggested, got more information later than after the fact. But I don't think we feel comfortable to go ahead with it in the current location. I think we need to try and take it back and have it looked at.
We have the expert in the room, Aisha. Can you
what's this recommendation to a station? Emery was just having a look at the standing of the process if you wanted to make alterations to that decision. What do you think? Given the latest update reported in your agenda in March, I'm not sure if that would be better to get a more recent update on whether or not they have explored any other sites. There is another paper that might overlap in the public excluded, and so I'm not sure whether or not it might be suitable to just request a further update in the next couple of weeks, and we've provided by time for me to look to revoke or alter that decision if necessary in the lead up to the next board's meeting.
Thanks for that, Aisha. I think where it's a little bit ambiguous is it states in the latest update, 26th of March, that further investigations have now been completed. Do those further investigations include looking at other sites, which is what we requested? We need clarification on that. The other thing that I recall that was discussed at the time was that NZMCA had actually recommended an alternative site or alternative sites, but it could not be disclosed to us due to it being private property and sensitivity. So we don't know what sites or site NZMCA were actually putting forward, but they are pretty smart real estate owners in their own right throughout New Zealand, and I feel that it would have been worth putting some trust in us and confidence to actually know where that site was and have a discussion around it, because perhaps there was constructive input or criticism we could have given in the way of feedback in relation to that site. That is why we're here. That's why we have subdivision members who know their backyard like the back of their hand, and it would have been very beneficial for us as a board to have had them come back to us. And I guess at the end of the day, I made the assumption that they would come back to us with additional sites and tell us why they were not suitable. So we're actually a little bit in limbo here.
Yeah, I think we might have to go ahead with Aisha's option. Because this is the second time, Anne might be right about how what's happened in the past, but this is the second time we've discussed this on outstanding matters at the end of a meeting. We had almost an identical conversation in the last meeting and it has gone nowhere. So we clearly are not doing whatever the right governance thing is to put the ball back into play.
So we haven't captured,
and that's what we're looking for.
Captured in our resolution.
Yeah.
The queries that came out of the discussion on the day.
Because this is an important decision. We're trying to balance the right decision for the caravanners, the tourism industry, and the people of Kerikeri. So I don't really want to just sit here and say, oh, tough shit, it's gone, can't do anything.
And since we started this process, Joe, we also are looking at mobile residents now because people are living in these.
Absolutely.
And
exactly.
You'll see I circulated these certified self-contained stickers will change this week from blue to green.
Yeah.
So who's going to police and monitor it? Okay. Moving forward.
So do we need to form a resolution or something to?
I reckon some words to that effect. And those will approve a report as led to this decision, and it's been put out other sites. I don't recall being the recommendation that was on the report as well. On this the decision total, I wonder whether or not in the discussion that we had about the table just now, we need to go back to the reporting and check that that was the decision of the board.
I think so. I think it would be worthwhile doing that, Aisha, because I recall us saying, well, you've given us all these options and none of them are suitable. The only one you put forward as being suitable is this one. But Councillor Court said that she knew of some other sites that might have been suitable. And at that point, we said, could you go away and look at these other sites, such as suggested by Councillor Court? And that does not appear to have happened. We haven't had that follow-up paper to say, here are another 3 locations we're still recommending. And that's the bit that's missing. Because you definitely said you knew of at least one other location. And we said, can you please go away and get information on that other location?
I think we'd also asked for confirmation that iwi and NAPU have been consulted with and that this is within the resource consent of that space.
We knew it didn't fit within the resource consent, but that wasn't such a huge hurdle. It was where we were at.
But yes, I think we need to listen to it.
Yeah. So just for clarity, this has straddled 2 boards. And when it first came to the previous board, we pushed back on the grounds that the Julian car park site was the preferred site. Okay. And we had quite a debate around that, Councillor Court, you recall. And Jane, you probably recall that discussion as well. Brilliant.
Well, they gave us a paper with nothing in it. We rejected the paper.
It was not nothing. It was done in haste. And that was also acknowledged by staff in fairness that there wasn't enough in it. And then this other report came back. So we did have a lengthy discussion, and perhaps we're also crossing those 2 different discussions that may not have been captured in this final resolution of our last discussion. So I think that sometimes that's what muddies the water, is that we get different members. We haven't got different staff members in this case, both are still current, but board members and discussions do get confused when you cross over with boards. So I sit with Councillor Court. I think our sentiment was, yes, you've got a preferred site, but we would like you to go away. We wanted to know what the NZNCA site was. We were told that we couldn't. They couldn't divulge that to us. And the other site that we mentioned on the day, Councillor Court mentioned, was the old wastewater treatment plant at the end of Cobham Road. So, yeah.
We haven't seen any analysis of that.
No, we haven't.
That's what we're waiting for.
So, don't want to prolong this discussion because we have speakers here waiting to talk to us. But Aisha, way forward, what are we resolving today? We're going to work away.
Okay, we'll take the comments and we work on the scenes.
This is just the status of that. So we can add a note to the minutes that again this was unsatisfactory. So we're not going to have a resolution out of this open resolution report. I think we should change the word resolution. Sure.
Madam Chair, I think we just need to send a message for a cease and desist.
Yes.
Because I would hate to think that we wait a month for the next meeting and then something, because it's got in here, final design for building construction.
Yeah.
Although that's in the next NPP. I just would like to send a message that please stop any further work in the interim.
I support that. Is everybody happy to support that? Yep. A cease and desist. Bear in mind, we don't really know where it's at. We've only got that piece of paper there, so tell us where it's at. We're not sure how far down the track.
And we don't trust that piece of paper. Anything to reflect what we said.
We have to, that's all we've got. So it's noted. Right. No, to cease and desist. Right. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on from that. It's very interesting discussion though as to how things end up when they do. The next one we have is Te Pātikuria, the First Community Reference Centre. So they are scheduled to meet 5th to 6th of June. So that's this week. And we have a community hall and house. We don't have, we all had our hall accounts.
Yeah,
come back to us. So I just got a big question mark on Dallas was sick. We came to our last board meeting. I think the new result we probably would workshop that because we had lots of questions that were flying around the room. We have the report writer in the room. So we need to pull those two agenda items that we had last month and workshop them when we get a window for the board available.
Eagle-Eye Dane spotted.
It's one ahead, sorry.
You've got ahead of me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's roll on. So that was halls and community facility.
Yeah. So read the next one. Madam Chair.
What is this underneath?
Well, we've requested this resolution, but we're not happy with it. And she says it in the open resolution, we're not happy with it. And nothing's happened.
Through the chair, I have put that note in from the last meeting and from then have followed up with staff to organise it. So that just to see and clarify where they are at that stage, but I haven't. Yeah. Resolution 2025. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the last month saying the same thing.
Yeah.
What is this?
Well, it's us saying we don't want that.
Clear as mud, Anne?
I had no idea what it meant.
Yes. Yeah.
So I just was here in blissful ignorance.
Okay, so we've dealt with that. So the final one, I have a question mark. We brought back the July community resolution. That's the domain management contract. So that's is that the kitty domain one, or is that the reports? Gosh, I'm quite confused. The Babylon's live. Is that, was that including the hall ones as well?
Yeah, so that's one is probably the main and then it's including the hall.
Was in the halls? Okay. So those two, okay, it's not there. These two, I need to workshop. And that relates to that, right. So, clarity on that now. As clear as another couple of those items. Any other questions or discussion around the open resolution? Okay. Moved by Tyler, seconded by Brian, put to the vote. Those in support? Against? Carried. Dealt with everything. I'm going to move that we go into PX, but before we do so, thank you, Imran. We're getting on in time. So I'm going to move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board agrees that the meeting continue beyond the 6-hour duration of standing orders 4.2, meeting duration to discuss the remaining items left on the agenda. I will move. Second. Thank you, Dana. Just to save us coming out of PX and going back in to do that. Those in support? Against? Carried. I will now move that we go into public exclusion for items 9.1 and 9.2, confirmation of previously public excluded, and request to undertake public consultation on the disposal of a portion of park land at 131936 State Highway 10. Will I have a seconder? Thank you, Jane. With that, I will ask that our live streaming be paused. Thank you. Okay, so that includes our business for today. It's been a very long day, and I would just like to confirm item 9.1 that the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirms the information and decisions contained in the part of the meeting held with public excluded are not reinstated in public meeting. As follows. Do I need to move that? No. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, and it's been a very long day, and appreciate you all listening into our business. It's been a very interesting day with our 13 funding applications and many reports, and we look forward to having you join us in July for our next meeting. I will ask
Maybe you floor this. Thank you for chairing me on today. Long day, but I try to get the couple of today. We made it to Watia to Miriam, or Watia to the mountain, or Watia to look at it for Tamil. So I don't know not to hear about 2 3 but Tina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.